Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. I am Alex and I'm coming to you live from Ukakuyo, Djuma and Mashatu, and joining us this morning is Andrew and Morgan in Amakhala, Lauren and Darby in Madikwe, and Ralph in Kariga. It's been a fantastic start to the morning already, and if you did miss the sunrise safari, we already started with tracking some leopards, had some hyenas, some jackals and vultures on the elephant carcass in Madikwe, as well as doing a tracking quiz with Kelly, and we've spent some time doing some birding. But we are currently joined with these magnificent three-bull elephant here in Okakuyo, and you can hear the European bee-eaters also. So great to hear some of the migratory birds already, and what a nice start to a Sunday morning. Lovely and cool here at the moment, and really a pleasure just to sit with elephant and really just enjoy the sounds of Etosha. But please do remember as well, this is a live and interactive experience as well as your safari. So please do send through any questions, comments, things you might have seen. We love to chat with you and we love to converse about these little points. So please do remember to send any of your questions or anything else you'd like to chat about. You also have some lovely zebra joining us. But really just cool listening to that chorus of European bee-eater while we watch these elephant. So as we sit here and we welcome the morning in, it's time for us to have a look at the weather across all of our locations. Well, although it's a little bit cloudy down in the East Cape, it does look to be a rather pleasant day across the other places we will be coming to you live from. And I do hope that we have good numbers. We did have such a fantastic day yesterday. Lots of interesting things, a nice tawny eagle here, as well as the black rhino. So we do hope to be showing you as many different things as possible. But already a great start to a Sunday morning. Already got 3 species here and lots of different interesting birds. So nice guinea fowl as well as some sandgrouse on the other side of the dam over there, and some doves. A nice herd of wildebeest coming through as well for us. Exactly, Wesley. Really is fantastic to spend some time with some ellies. And it's quite interesting to note that there are 2 bulls that don't have any hair on their tails and one that does. And this seems to be something that I've picked up on here in Etosha. There are a few elephants that don't have any hair on their tails. I can't pinpoint exactly what that is from, but something interesting to note. It's great to watch this procession of wildebeest come through, as well as the odd zebra that is here as well. Really cool to see this waterhole filling up quite quickly. All the different antelope that we do get in the area. A really big herd of wildebeest making their way through. And in the distance, you can also make out some gemsbok. So we're already on 4 species, and it's been a quick and fire start to Sunday morning. So here 1 second and gone the next. That real big herd of wildebeest has come through already, quenched their thirst and left, but we are joined now again with some kudu. A nice association of bulls. It's really cool to see them too. There's lots going on here this morning at least, so we are going to just hang around, watch and see what happens. Great to be joined by the Ellies on top of everything else. So while we sit here, have a look at these lovely bull kudu, it's also time for us to say good morning to Lauren and the lovely scene that she has to greet you with.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to a great start of Escape to Nature here in Madikwe Game Reserve in the northwest province of South Africa. We have a magnificent male and a female here, and I am beginning to expect mating may be about to occur. Good morning, my name is Lauren. I do have Davy on camera. And we're right next to a waterhole. So we're going to bounce between waterhole, lions, and we saw this pair the other day. I don't think they're mating just yet, but he's really attentive to her and he's very much following her rear, and I think she's starting to come into estrus. So she's not necessarily in full-blown estrus yet. Remember, it's a cycle, just the same as humans. It has a start and it has an end. So I think he knows that she is about to come into estrus and he's really much guarding her. He wants to be the one to start mating with her and to have exclusive rights, I guess, before she starts to get very tired. So I'm going to try and follow this pair as much as possible, just to see what happens. They might not mate, but we saw him following her rear end the other day, smelling. He's trying to understand. He's just tasting and smelling the chemicals, which are telling him she's about to come into estrus. And remember, humans are very different. In an animal world, or at least in a lion world, everything is communicated through chemicals. Barbara. Yes, look at those stunning golden locks. I'm actually quite jealous. This environment has not been good for my hair, and I don't quite have luscious locks like that anymore, let me tell you, after years of working in the ocean. Look at that huge tummy. I am not sure what this male lion has fed on, but I believe he is full. We see your tummy. He's desperate to fall asleep, but he also knows that he has to keep an eye on her. Female lions are notorious for the intrinsic biological desire to mate with many males, because her only goal, her only sort of desire is not the wrong word, her only focus is the best genetics for her offspring. She wants to be a mother and she wants to ensure her cubs have the best genes. So lions are actually notorious for waiting until the male falls asleep and just moving off to the other male. No judgment, I think it's great. So that's why he's not really wanting to fall asleep just yet. He's got to get his moment. There's actually scientific studies that show that the male, the first male that starts mating with the female is normally the father. So even if a whole coalition of 5 males, for example, all mate with the female, which is normal, science shows that it's normally that first male, when she really comes into estrus, that actually is successful with fertilization, and he will be the father. But if the coalition is a band of brothers, then you can sort of reproduce by proxy. There's a less competition than if it's a coalition of strangers, if you like, that are not related. I think the male lions at Madikwe are probably the most handsome I've ever seen. They are beautiful. Are you going to fight sleep all morning? Oh my goodness, Darby, look at this. I thought it was markings, but it's actually just rolls and rolls of skin. Look at that. Looks like a Sharpie. You know, those dogs that just have rolls and rolls of fat. Richard, you're asking about displays. Sorry, the wind is just really picked up. Richard, I would say displays, no. Behavior, yes. So it's actually the female's behavior that really changes. The male will pick up on scent. He will be able to smell she's coming into estrus. She will release scent in her urine and her genitalia, and that's how it works in the animal kingdom. He will pick up on that immediately, and he's now sort of tailgating her. He's now creating a very much tending bond with her. Her behavior will actually change. She will be the one that normally initiates mating. She will be the one that does something called lordosis, and she shows him, she does a sort of quick-paced, almost looks like a dance, leopards do it too, and she'll present her rump to him. She's signaling to him behaviorally, I'm ready, I want to mate right now, and he will obviously act on that. So I would say displays, no, but behavior, mating behavior, yes, very much. It's very obvious. Her behavior becomes quite almost erratic and almost frantic because she's really ready to mate. I'm not saying that's going to happen today, but these two are definitely pairing up. So Davy and I are not going to go anywhere, but you guys are going to head all the way over to the Eastern Cape to say good morning to Andrew.
Good morning, good morning. Hello, everybody. I hope you're all well today, ready to have a good time with us here in Amakhala. And hopefully we see lots and lots of animals and have lots of fun here together. But yeah, it's turned out to be quite a nice day here in Amakhala. So far the rain has pushed off for now, and it should be all good to catch up on all those animals that we would like to show you. Yeah, nice group of eland here to begin with. So, my name is Andrew. I have Morgan with me on board, and definitely coming to you live from Amakhala Game Reserve. And it's a good sighting so far. We have a group of eland. And this is not a very big group of eland, but they are still very beautiful animals. I've always enjoyed eland, actually. I was just telling Morgan now, there's always something about eland that I've always admired, just their sort of their mysterious nature. And of all the antelopes, they do tend to be a bit more mysterious and secretive opposed to the rest. But these ones, they're quite stationary here. Okay, so the majority of these are actually females or cows. Morning, Sarah. Are you hoping for some elephants this morning? We are also hoping for that as well. Actually, our plan, we want to try and get some Pumalela sometime today. That's the female cheetah down in Carnarvondale side, which is on a different section of the reserve. But yeah, we have the whole day to play with. So I'm sure at some point, so if elephants are around and about, and maybe we can definitely show that to you. So these eland are currently just waiting for the sun. They are trying to sun themselves on the slope over here, which is quite normal for most of the animals, especially after the last few days being quite cold. Definitely one of their priorities right now is to get nice and warm and catch up on all those activities, mainly feeding. Now there are a few big bulls on Amakhala. There's one that is probably about 800 kilograms. And according to the books, you know, this antelope can get up to a ton, 900 kilograms, which by far makes him the largest antelope in Africa. And there's a few Cape glossy starlings or Cape starlings that are following them. Beautiful. Hi there, Christopher. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this morning. No, that dewlap has got a few functions, but nothing to do with alarm calls. So the dewlap, which is comprised of quite a bit of blood vessels in there, which are on the surface of the flap. And you find that when eland are walking, like this one is in front of us, that dewlap will start to sort of just sway around a bit from side to side. But when they run, that dewlap will sort of bounce around quite violently. This cools down those blood vessels that are situated on that surface here of the dewlap. And as the blood starts to flow through those vessels, it does cool down the blood just before it enters the brain, which is quite a cool cooling mechanism, almost like a radiator of a car. But then also we do find that when they're in excellent condition, then those dewlaps, especially with the bulls, become very well protruding. They become almost like an ear, if you will. And so definitely a good way of storing a bit of fat in there for when times are tough, that they do have a bit of a reserve to go back to. It's called the dewlap, or some people call it the dewlap flap. Okay, you're going to notice some pretty blue birds that are flying around them. Those are the Cape glossy starlings or the Cape starlings. And they're just going to follow them a bit. And they're going to definitely follow them for disturbed insects. But then also by the same token, if the starlings start to fly away and give alarm calls, then the eland are going to know that something is up and something is wrong around them. So it's a bit of symbiosis happening. And there's symbiosis happening all around us. They're also quite well adapted in desert environments. So when you look at eland, they are definitely survivors and they occur throughout. I mean, there's various habitats where they occur, but they do well in semi-arid environments. And I remember seeing them quite well in the Kalahari. And these animals can move great distances. When they're feeling a little bit threatened, they'll just run and keep on running and not stop. And the amount of distance that they can cover when running, it's incredible. So a lot of endurance, a lot of power, a lot of stamina when running. Is that a red-billed oxpecker on there? Oh, nice one. Okay, so we are seeing a few red-billed oxpeckers. And if I'm looking at a few individuals here, some of them are slightly different in coloration than what they normally are. And the reason is they are feeling a little bit cold at the moment. So phylloerecting their fur, which basically means just to raise up their fur, that's going to help them to trap in their heat. And a lot of the animals, when they are cold, you look at impala, they look suddenly much darker than what they usually are. And a few eland are also doing this now. Eland, JP, as far as I'm aware, eland do breed all year round, as long as they're in good condition. But when times are tough and there's droughts and very harsh winters and so on, I think probably not. But if there's a lot of lush still in the winter months, and the condition of the veld or the bush is still good, that's going to influence their condition as well, and then they'd probably give birth in winter months as well. But majority of the birth will take place in summer, surely because the resources are available. And if I'm an antelope, or if someone is an antelope and they want to give birth, you want to rather give birth when there's a lot of cover, a lot of resources, things to eat. And then also for the adults, they're going to be eating, or the mother is going to be eating good vegetation and therefore producing the best milk possible. Feeding that to her calf is going to make the calf grow incredibly quickly. So majority of the births are going to be in summer. See that oxpecker going into the ear there, Morgan? Check it, there's the second one looking sort of down towards Hlorsie. So we're actually not far from an area called the Northern Milkwoods, which is on sort of, very close to Hlorsie Lodge at the moment, junction with Norman's Way Pan, or Norman's Way. And it just really is a good area to view animals. It's nice and open here. A lot of the time elephants actually come through here, and they come and drink from Hlorsie Pan or Hlorsie Waterhole, and the guests get embraced with a wonderful sighting of them swimming and drinking at that waterhole in front of the camp. Okay, I think we're going to push on a bit and try and aim towards Carnarvondale. It's a little bit of a drive. I think in the meantime, let's head off back to Alex and see what he's busy with.
It has quietened down a little bit, but we are just going to spend time with these bulls. It's a little bit cooler than it has been of late, so it's great to have these ellies around with us. And this weather might actually dictate some of the other animals around here that maybe prefer the cooler climes, some of the more maybe nocturnal animals that might be a little bit more active with this cooler weather. But it's great to spend time with ellie bulls. And really quite relaxing just watching them sit there at that fresh water. So as everyone else bumbles around, it's crucial that we also get to spend some time with these magnificent bulls. And really just see how relaxed they are at the moment. And you have some wildebeest in the background as well. Quite typical of that GNU sound. These guys don't look too interested in moving on, so it's really just cool. I think they might even be resting, probably even sleeping. Really taking advantage of some cooler weather and fresh water. So it really does look like the bull with his back to us. He's fast asleep at the moment. Literally just standing there. We can't see his trunk, but just from the way he's standing, it does look like he is taking the opportunity to get some sleep. Now the bull is obviously enjoying some water. Here we go. Hi, Jessica. It's not that they're so large. I do think it's also got something to do with the landscape that is here. Obviously, being quite barren and open, ellies do present as a lot bigger than what they might be. But these are big bulls, and they can get up to 8 tons. So, very good observation, because we can note the size difference. So, hopefully, we do get some cows coming through in a breeding herd at some point. But yes, in some of the locations, these ellies will be bigger. So, definitely bigger than the ellies in Mashatu. Maybe not as big as some of the ones in the Kruger as well. But definitely big bull ellies indeed. So with it being quite cool today, I don't think we're going to get ellies swimming. However, definitely the opportunity to splash themselves, cake up with some mud. More than likely, we might see them actually throwing dust on themselves. Beautiful lights at the moment this morning, with some of the sun coming through, breaking through those clouds. What's quite interesting also with the bulls up here is I've noticed that a lot of their tusks are broken, and that is probably to do with the nutrition and diet. Sometimes tusks do become brittle with regards to the quality of the nutrients that the elephant get to eat all year round. I know not on these small tusks, they are very thick at their base as well, but there is definitely a correlation towards nutrition and tusk size in some areas, and that is also why we can see that these are a bit more broken, and we will see that as well in Madikwe too, where a lot of the tusks actually become quite brittle in those areas, and that definitely is a function of the environment that they are in. Sometimes it also comes down to genetics of the elephant in the area too. Hi, Sammy. That is a very interesting question and observation. I do think that that is probably not possible just because ellies are constantly, or around water at least, they would be cleaning out those trunks. However, obviously, if they've just had water and then sprayed dust on themselves, it is that opportunity that it might. But they are constantly using those trunks, and obviously they stay quite moist as well. So that is the adaptation of their noses too. So it is unlikely, but maybe in dry, arid areas that is the case, and more the case of having just a dry nasal passage than anything else. But with them constantly wanting to drink and taking up about 100 liters, I don't think that any of that sand or mud would then harden enough to cause any issues. And they do also spray water out too, so this is probably also a function of just cleaning their trunks. You can see also there where they're touching and smelling each other, that is some communication that's going on. It's one of the ways that ellies do communicate with each other. They sniff and smell, touch each other's trunks. They kind of look like Ellie ghosts up here just because of the calcrete deposit. That is why it's almost white, just because of the calcrete deposits that are in the area. And obviously we can see that and evidence of that just with these rocks that are all around us. And that is the old sediment from the old ancient lake that was found here many, many years ago. Really quite fascinating watching how Ellies go about drinking as well. We can see the bull on the left hand side kind of spraying the water into his mouth and not really drinking it. So perhaps just rinsing. But what a cool adaptation, having a trunk like that that does and performs so many functions. We have some springbok also walking through in the background. So you can see that bull on the left hand side kind of just sieving through the water that's right on the surface. Obviously the water that's right on the surface will be its purest. You won't have disturbed any of the sediment or silt that's on the bottom. So Ellies would rather take the water off the surface than closer to the bottom where they might get any of that sediment. You can really hear them sucking up that water from the borehole, the pump that's right there, a little spring system. So it looks like these Ellies are quite chilled, currently taking it very easy this Sunday morning. Maybe a little bit of an interaction going to happen right now. However, these guys are going to stay put for a little bit, and it's time for us to go and see what is happening with Lauren and her lions in Madikwe.
Oh, this male is very much tending to her. She got up, she scent marked, and then she started running, and oh, he was mere centimeters behind her. It's the start. This is the very beginning. I think if not by the end of today, maybe tomorrow, they will start mating because she'll be ready. He knows it's going to happen, and it's all through chemical signals. But Genie, believe it or not, letting, he's not even sleeping. And I can assure you he's tired. But they have actually moved to a nice spot because the wind is howling here. But this area that we're now in actually protects us a little bit. You may hear it, but that's just very much part of the experience today. It is just a windy day at Madikwe. It's quite exciting to think that in a few days we'll have mating lions. Normally mating lions are very easy to track and follow. But we are going to sit with this romantic pair a little bit longer and send you guys back over to Okakuyo.
Thanks, Lauren. And yes, truly fascinating scenes down there in Madikwe. I do hope we get to see that quite soon, because mating lions is indeed a very cool sighting. It does look like these eddies have kind of relaxed a little bit more. There was the beginnings of some pushings and shovings just now, but looks like rest has taken preference. And we can also just listen to those European bee-eaters that have come back around, as well as some of those Namaquas sandgrass that are here too. But I'm just going to zoom out and make sure we aren't missing anyone else that might have come to the water. There was some springbok milling about, and there is what it seems to be a lone wildebeest coming through as well. So just make sure that we don't miss out on anyone. But I do love hearing those European bee-eaters. That little chirp we're hearing, very cool sound, and a definite indicator that summer is just around the corner.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
So it seems like the sun is definitely breaking through here. And I think unfortunately these ellies are going to block that impala ram that's there, but there's another springbok as well. Lots of sandgrass around at the moment, so they are very high up on caracal and jackal's menu items, and with large numbers occurring like that, maybe we will get lucky one of these days and actually see one of these predators come down here and perhaps even try and hunt. But there are also African wildcats in the area, and they also look to take on those sandgrouse. So a game bird, and obviously that means very good meat on those birds. So not only are those sandgrouse drinking, they do have the function where they actually soak their breast feathers, and they take those moist breast feathers to the chicks, other members as well, and they allow those individuals then to drink from that as well. So it's a very cool function that they do, and what they do have and evolved to have done is to actually soak up water and moisture into their breast feathers and then fly that off to others that would need that moisture. A very cool adaptation. Yes, Kathy, very cool and good observation. I'm sure it is pretty tough because animals don't really care where they come through to the water. They mill around everywhere. So those grebes have to be very careful as to where they make their nesting sites. Probably do it a little bit off. But interesting to note as well, I haven't yet seen one even sitting on a nest, but you will find that obviously they would take that in turns. So they would try just to sit on their clutch. And obviously when animals do come out, make sure that those eggs are then protected. So what's quite fascinating just about those grebes' nesting habits is those eggs are normally incubated within around 20 to 25 days. So it's quite a quick incubation. They do try and almost anchor those floating constructions, which are their nests, onto submerged water plants and that. And clearly we don't have any of that overhanging vegetation right here. But maybe as the summer does come through, there might be a chance of some form of vegetation around here. But they definitely will have adapted. I mean, obviously that is why they are occurring here. So it's definitely something they have adapted to in the area, and they clearly do nest around here as well. Yes, Lonnie. Really, really fantastic. And so cool to note the differences as well, as you said. Such an array. Really a hive of activity today. And these sandgrouse really aren't letting up. There just seems to be more and more coming through. Such a cool chorus. But our ellies are quite content and just chilling. Kind of seem to be taking in turns and sleeping and drinking as well. But very cool to note that the one that's here on the right and closest to us actually has a very hairy tail. And the other two seem to have lost that tip and don't have any hair present on their tail. Maybe that has got something to do with them growing up, maybe genetics. But maybe when they were young, maybe chased by some lions and maybe lost those tails then. Or perhaps genetics. I'm not too sure just yet. If anyone does have an answer or knows any of the information around that, it would be great to find out. Make sure that we are actually on the right track with that. But it's not uncommon for younger ellies to have lost some part of their tails, or even their tail to lions. Possibly even hyena in areas as well where they are in big clans. And maybe taking a chance. So it's really cool just immersing ourselves, just sitting and watching these ellies and just spending time with them. They aren't here all the time. But clearly with the weather, that has allowed them some respite as well. So always good to take the opportunity just to sit and relax with elephant. It's almost like they've made a tripod. They're just resting on each other right there at the moment. Kind of taking it in turns to drink and also just turn to kind of lean on each other a minute and also rest. So we are just sitting here and watching these resting ellies, and we're just waiting for those gemsbok up there to build up some confidence and come through as well and join us here. So it's also quite cool just waiting and watching and seeing how these animals kind of suss out whether it's okay for them to come to the water and how they approach coming down. They all kind of have their own little intricacies and ways that they feel comfortable in coming through. So it's always fun just keeping an eye on seeing who is coming through and how they go about that. Fascinating to think about is as we watch these ellies, and it's quite clear that they are resting and sleeping. And if you consider that 80% of their day is made up of eating and walking around, and that other 20% is then made up of drinking and resting, you can assume, or I'd like to thumbsuck, that it's about 10% of their day is then spent sleeping, which is around just over 2.5 hours of a day. And that's obviously broken up throughout the day. So what we are seeing is quite cool just to note that. But these ellies clearly are having a good Sunday morning rest. And Lauren has some very cool sightings down in Madikwe. So we're going to follow Lauren and check what's happening with her lion.
Resting, but definitely not sleeping. Refusing to sleep like a child. My brother's twins just...
Three brothers named the Avoca males arrived in Djuma in 2018.
So this is our first good look at the Avoca males. So they're definitely a bit older than what I thought when we were looking at them. They're just under 5.
This area had recently been vacated by the Birmingham boys. The Avocas grabbed the opportunity and took over the Talamati and Nkuhuma prides quickly. In 2019, they were seen mating with females from both prides and went on to sire cubs with them.
We are very privileged to be watching the Nkuhuma pride as the sun comes up.
The most recognizable lion in this coalition is Darkmane. Aside from the dark mane that gave him his name, he can be recognized by a distinctive limp. This limp stems from an injury to his right leg he sustained while taking down a buffalo with the Nkuhuma pride.
So sadly we did lose Lauren there, and we will get her back. We are just going to continue just to watch our ellies and wait for these gemsbok to come and join us. I am going to zoom out because there has been quite a lot of activity here already, and I don't want to miss out on anyone else coming through for a drink. I also might be a little bit wary just with these ellies around. So let's just have a little scan and see who else is in the area and coming through, but those gemsbok will also make their way through at some point. These ellies are clearly just enjoying a lovely bit of respite. No bacon and egg for the morning, but some fresh water. So let's just pan around, and then it's probably time for us to go and have a look and see what is happening perhaps in Mashatu. Also just good to make sure we are keeping tabs with everything else that's going on all over. So it does look like the gemsbok are going to be sitting and taking it easy for a bit along with these ellies. So I think it's time for us to head across and see what's going on this morning in Mashatu. So great that we've actually started on different locations with nice and big numbers, considering for the areas at least, of wildebeest. So we had that huge herd of wildebeest in Okakuya, and for Mashatu, this is a very big herd of wildebeest. So great to see them here. Quite clearly it's overcast, so we can expect a cooler day here. Good numbers of guinea fowl around as well, so they will also be in and around. Always hear them around here as well. Always cool just to see what happens and how different the landscapes are. And I can see 2 ostriches at least just chilling in the background. It does seem to be less windy today, so I will try and pan in a little bit further, and that should hopefully give us a better view of everything else that is going on. And the wildebeest seem to be pushing off. But we'll probably be able to see these bush chickens skirting around, chasing each other. It will be a little bit more active with the cooler weather today as well, so might mean that we have some different sightings here today or throughout the course of the day too. But definitely some ostriches taking it easy. You can see the guinea fowl running around as well. It's always quite fascinating seeing how fast they actually can traverse and move along the ground too. But again, one of those quintessential little dust devils blowing through. There clearly hasn't been any rain just yet up here. It is a very arid landscape too. So the most mountainous area of Botswana, the southeastern part of Botswana, but arid as well. So it's actually the eastern part of the Kalahari, really, of the Kalahari Basin, at least in Botswana. The Kalahari Basin actually extends very far from the northern Cape of South Africa all the way up into southwestern Angola and into southeastern Angola and southwestern Zambia. So it's a huge expanse of area that forms the Kalahari Basin. Just great watching these big numbers of guinea fowl run around, and you'll see them chasing themselves around as well, these little bush chickens. Again, there's always something going on with them being diurnal and they needing to roost at night. And with this cooler weather, they will be quite active. Yes, Gertrude, it's not always that we see ostriches like that. They do have to live quite a panic-filled life because they do get taken out in certain areas by a lot of different predators. And in particular, where it's actually quite thick, that is where they are far more vulnerable. So they do prefer more open areas. But I do also think with a bit of this wind around and it being quite chilly, they're quite happy just to sit down there as well. So it is basically the breeding season, and these males have been competing as well. So we have been watching them chase each other around as well. And clearly that is not the case at the moment, and they do feel that they can take the opportunity for some rest as well, which is not always the case in the bush. You do always have to have your wits about you. A really nice flock of guinea fowl right here at the water's edge, so it's cool just to see them in nice numbers like this. And they also feel quite relaxed, it seems. So it's fascinating watching all these guinea fowl come and flock together, kind of gather over here. Just as they gather and immerse themselves amongst each other, just a reminder to everyone that this is obviously an immersive experience, as well as being your safari. So please do send through any questions, comments, anything you might have noted or seen, or anything you'd like to chat to us about. We do love hearing from you, and we love answering your questions as well. So please don't forget to send anything through that you'd like to know about or even chat about. It does seem that the wind is picking up in the area as well. Looks like a jackal that's come through, and that jackal was quite keen on having a look at those guinea fowl, and you can see how they're all pushing off. So we did just have a little rush attack. Great to watch. Here we go. Spooked them. So great to see a jackal as well this morning. Have seen them once or twice already, and you can see how alert the guinea fowl are. So I'm going to just try and pan to stick onto that jackal. I don't know if it will hang around for too long, but it was definitely interested in seeing if there was anyone not paying attention. Clearly with a lot of eyes, these guinea fowl were the wiser, and they will kind of congregate again. So let's just hang around, because I have seen the jackal here in pairs. It doesn't mean to say, oh, there we go, drinking right there. So there's some guinea fowl on the other side. So we will just also keep an eye out for the other jackal too, and I will just try and get in closer there. Wily little things. Always fascinating to watch as well. So black-backed jackal. Hopefully the camera stabilizes, but great, we have a predator for the morning. So they are monogamous, and they will be in pairs, so it's very likely that there is another one hanging around the bush there. Possibly this is a distraction. We'll just watch it drink, and then I'll zoom out again. The guinea fowl are very aware, and they have alarm called. Really are cool canids, these black-backed jackals. Very loyal to each other as well. You can also see the evidence of the amount of elephant in the area here. There have been big numbers coming through over the last few days as well. It was very hot. It might not be the case today, but who knows? We will wait and see. These jackal could also be the reason why the Egyptian geese that are here have lost a few goslings. Let me zoom out just to watch this interaction. So we can hear those helmeted guinea fowl alarm calling. The camera does want to play ball with me. You'll see one or two of them start rushing into screen now as well as they get away, make their displeasure known. Clearly getting as far away from the jackal as possible. If I'm not mistaken, it's just there sitting down. But clearly it has spooked all the guinea fowl. So it looks like the ostrich remain unperturbed, but the guinea fowl very much on high alert. Sadly, our jackal seems to have left us at the moment.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. Nature.
So I'm just going to zoom back and make sure we don't miss anything else that is around. And also just keep an ear out with regards to how these guinea fowl are behaving, because that jackal is around. It's very possible that it and its partner might be thinking of some breakfast. Well, it seems to have calmed down. I just want to scan across to the other side here and make sure no one's at the wallow. Lots of qualia around as well. So just saw him come into frame. Just have a look down here because our goose family seems that this is where they've set up shop. Hi, Jackie Bear. Are monogamous, so they'll breed. So a pair will form, and if you see more than two, it's generally the litter that is or that has been bred just before. So the last brood or litter that will help with the next litter that comes through. So we do sometimes see them up to about 3 or 4, and then obviously with the pups, they don't form packs. They do mate for life, and they are monogamous. So it'll be pairs, and then more than likely with 1 or 2 of the pups from a season before that might hang around, kind of refine their technique before they push on and find their own partners. So more than likely, or most often or not, we see them in pairs of 1 and 2 obviously, and then with maybe 1 or 2 helpers, being some of the previous generation's pups that have come through, and they assist with the bringing up of the new generation of pups. A very cool question and good to know. So we are just going to keep an eye out and an ear out to see if those jackal do come back, and just find out where the gosling is as well. But Lauren has moved off from the line. She's got something else to show us in Madikwe.
Sadly, we had to leave the lions, which is a little bit unfortunate. However, we are very close to a water hole, so we've just popped down. The wind is howling here, and we just really can't escape it. But, of course, we do have warthog, impala, wildebeest, and I'm sure I saw a zebra. Yes, right there. Sorry. I've got my sunglasses on to stop the dust getting in my eyes, and they're not so clean. Little do they know that an entire pride of lions are not too far away. We found the other male. He's with another female, all in very close proximity to one another. I think this is the first cool day we've had at Madikwe, where we're not complaining about the heat. This is the first one, I think. colder, windier, blustier days, life at the waterhole goes on. Beverly, you love these mixed species harmonious moments. Yes, I do too, and I think Madikwe really trumps on that out of all the places I've been. Naturally, there's not really a waterhole at Amakala, and although you get that mixed species sort of herd, if you like, on the Carnarvondale side, that's really quite something to see. Madikwe really trumps on the activity at the waterhole. I've never seen anything like it. Sometimes waterholes are so busy on the very, very hot days that animals are literally queuing, waiting for the right moment to head to the water. These species are not interacting. They're just merely sort of cohabiting the same area after the same resource. They're not necessarily interacting with one another. But it is still wonderful to see. The sun wants to burst through, it's just not happening. Apparently we're in store for rain tomorrow, which will be the season's first rain. Will it go on all day? Will it be heavy? No one knows, but it is due tomorrow. And I think a lot of people here are very excited about that. Madikwe needs rain. I'm also excited to see how everything flourishes. How much water will we get? Will there be an immediate change in the landscape? Will it take a few days? Will the waterhole start to fill up? Will the landscape become a little bit greener? Or do we need a lot more rain before any of that happens? I'm intrigued. Theodore, they do look great. There is still plenty of water. It's not a drought sort of thing that the animals are experiencing. But as you drive around, a lot of the impala, and when I say a lot, I mean quite a high percentage of the impala are really suffering from mange. And we saw a jackal the other day, which was really terrible in condition due to mange. And normally mange is very common, but with the rains it can disappear. So I do believe, although the animals do look in great condition, I think the rains are necessary for them too. It's not a case of there not being enough water around. There definitely is. But in food, I mean, you will have the evergreen vegetation. But other than that, it is pretty dry. So I do hear you on that. But I think the rain is necessary. Flush out the mange in many of the species here. We've seen a lot that are not looking too hot. And mange really is just a highly contagious skin disease spread by a little parasitic mite, an arachnid, and it's been reported in 10 orders, 27 families, and over 104 different species, from livestock to wild mammals. So it's not a case of you only really see it in this environment. It's very common. And that little mite just sort of burrows into the hair follicle. And that itself is probably not painful, probably not dangerous, but can be really itchy. Ugh. Even the thought of it right now just makes me want to itch. Ugh. But then the animal starts to itch and scratch repetitively. Whether they're using their own claws or whether they're using a rubbing post, they are going to slowly get irritated from the mites burrowing into their skin. So then lesions and wounds and all sorts of things are going to form. Then you have the threat of infection. Infection can spread quickly in an animal that's sort of scratching incessantly, non-stop, and won't take long for infection to be all across the body. And by this point, the animal starts to lose hair. And that's what we can see when we say, that impala's got mange, just the hair loss that we can see. And normally after that, the animal can become seriously dehydrated, sometimes even starve and die. It's quite a process, but it's not actually due to the mite, it's due to the symptoms of that. So the hair loss itself is not caused by the mite. It's caused by the allergic reaction from the mites and the scratching and the itching, secondary effects. And of course, when you get weak or when you get an infection, that suppresses the immune system. So overall, it's not good. A lot of animals can survive mange, but it can also be really detrimental and fatal. So we do need the reins for that. But yes, you're right. Some of the animals are looking in great condition. And I mean, it's about time for the rains. It's perfectly normal in the sort of seasonal patterns. I don't like driving in the rain. I really don't like it. But I do enjoy watching the rain and watching everything become nourished and everything flourish. So I am excited for it. The wind is howling, but we are still trying to enjoy the scene at the waterhole. It's not so easy with this wind. But life goes on and animals need water. So although we only have warthog and zebra left, we are just going to sit for a moment or two and enjoy the activity around the waterhole. this wind. I feel like we're about to take off. No wonder the animals are so spooked to come to the waterhole, and there are lions not too far away. I wonder if the elephants so frequent the waterhole today. That'll be interesting. Weather will affect their movements. Of course they'll come to drink, but it may be a quick one. Okay, we are definitely about to lift off into the air, so as we try and stay grounded, we're going to send you over to Alex, who's now in Djuma.
Thanks, Lauren, and hopefully you've got something to secure yourself there in Madikwe. We don't want you getting blown away. However, we are joined here in Djuma with a lovely bull Ellie. Really taking a liking to some of the vegetation that's around. So really, really cool sightings of Ellies that we've had so far today, but great to see one actually feeding, doing what they do 80% of the day. So great just to spend some time. Just note whereabouts he is. And we do have some impala as well. And another Ellie. We'll watch it drinking, and then we'll scan across and see what that other bull is up to. Nice busy day though. So great way to start. Always great to spend some time with Ellies as well, particularly when they're active and not sleeping like we did watch, but good to note how they behave. You can hear all the cicadas in the area, so it's obviously quite humid down in the Lowveld, but definitely not as hot as it has been. As it does get greener and the rain does start to fall, these cicadas will definitely be with us. It can almost be quite jarring at times. So I do just want to pan out and have a look and see. We have had some cool water birds around. Different storks and that too. It's fantastic that we've got the Ellies, but it's always good to have to get a gauge on what is going on and who's around. So we are just going to have a quick look and see if anyone's wallowing. Hi Roger, very interesting question. And when there are swarms of bees, they definitely send animals running. However, these cicada are pretty natural, and obviously these animals are aware of them, and they don't hurt any of the animals. So those that would sting or bite, definitely. So in areas obviously where there are swarms of flies, I'm sure that horse flies or even tsetse flies, that would definitely put animals off being around an area, but they do have adaptations to deal with these. So zebra, for example, twitch their skins and flap their tails. And also their colorations are also used to deter biting flies as well. Not only to make sure that other flies aren't attracted to them, but definitely more so a deterrent for biting flies. The black and the white. I'm trying to see where that other Ellie went off to, but he's clearly here in the drainage. You can hear him breaking the vegetation. But more so the sound of a swarm of bees that will definitely send animals off into the opposite direction, in particular elephant. They really don't like the sound of bees swarming. Nice herd of impala here as well. And I'm hoping we might get some waterbuck as well. So we can clearly hear that elephant that was feeding in the vegetation is very hungry and breaking as much as he can. The gardeners of the bush. I do just want to make sure we haven't missed anything, and then we will go back and chat a little bit more about Ellie's and just watch and see how he feeds and what he's actually breaking. Does look like the cloud cover is burning off at the moment though. Oop. You can hear the hornbills in the background too. It's a very cool sound. Red-billed hornbills. Pile running through. Let us try and find our Ellie. Was just up here, so there he is. There's a black-collared barbet also calling in the distance now. I'm just trying to get up to where the Ellie is. I do want to just spend some time watching him feed. So at least with all this vegetation here, we can actually get that and we can observe and immerse ourselves into this experience. There he is. Hi Helen. I haven't seen elephant practicing Australophagia. I have seen giraffe and, interestingly enough, impala practicing Australophagia. And Australophagia, for those who don't know, is the practice of when herbivores actually chew on the old bones of other herbivores, other animals that might have fallen prey or ill or died. And they chew on these bones to take in calcium. So it is when they have a calcium deficit in their diet, and that is generally during the winter months. There's obviously more calcium prevalent when it is rainy season and the vegetation is far greener and thicker. So Australophagia occurs generally towards the drier months, and that is when herbivores will actually eat or chew on the remnants or old bones of other animals that have passed away. I've only seen giraffe and impala practice Australophagia. But I do think Ellies might be less tendent to do that just because their diet in drier times actually includes far more bark. And that is when you see them stripping trees. So they do browse a lot heavier in the drier months. Not to say that they won't take grazing materials, but in summer they do spend a lot more time actually grazing because the grass is sweeter. So they'll spend more time doing that, and they obviously also take fruits when in season too. So, figs, fruit at certain times in the year, actually all year round. So Ellies will take the figs, they'll take marulas when they're in season, and here that would be around February, March, even sometimes late January. I'm sure they'll also take the sour plums, and they'll also take the flowers of the Kagelias, which are the sausage trees, as well as the sausage trees as well, those pods that fall. And a lot of other areas where there's baobabs, they'll take the baobab fruit. And a lot of the time, these trees all flower and fruit at different times of the year, and they act as a nutrient store for the animals when they do fruits and they drop their fruits at least, even the flowers. So a lot of the pods that are produced by the acacias, which are now Senegalias, some of the others, albizzias and such, these animals, elephants, and some of the browsers, they will supplement their diets with those to get the adequate nutrition that they need. I don't think Ellies would actually practice too much Australophagia, but it might also be dependent on area. But definitely herbivores do practice Australophagia. A very cool question. Thank you very much for asking that. sneaking suspicion that this is a little tree squirrel that is around us, making this little knocking sound. Seems to be a little chirping and twittering going on. So awesome watching Ellie's feed and seeing how dexterous those trunks are.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw my ribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this.
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth. In your nature.
So this bull seems to be pretty content at the moment. Deep in the vegetation, just enjoying itself. Taking a nice little Sunday breakfast. We are just going to zoom around again because we never know who else might have joined us, and I do want to keep track of where that other elephant went so we don't miss out on any action. Hi Kevin, that's also a very cool observation. Let me zoom in here on this Ellie and we can actually chat about how Ellies see, because it's always better to have an example. So let me just get to the correct framing and then we will chat exactly about that, because it's easier to actually note that once we see what we are looking at. So as you can see there, just by having these Ellie's faces and heads in the shot and in the frame, their eyes are positioned on the side of their heads, not necessarily facing forward. So they actually see more peripheral and on their sides of their heads, and they don't actually see too well, roughly around 10 feet or so. So they're far more heightened senses, that being smell and hearing, and they rely on that far more. So obviously when they're in thick brush, in the vegetation, at least thick vegetation, it helps them obviously for that up close kind of vision that is around there, and obviously their leaves and the rest, but their eyes are positioned on their sides of their head, so they're more peripheral towards their sides of their head. They don't face forward like binocular vision, such as what we would have, or baboons. And that is purely because of the placing on their head. So you can see that quite clearly here, and that's just so that you can make sense of that and what I'm saying. So I hope that does answer your question. So it seems that these two are a little bit younger than the other bull that's up in the vegetation itself. Maybe some playing going to go on now. Definitely some bonding going on and some interaction. Lovely crested barbet calling in the background too. Really cool spending so much time with Ellies on a Sunday. We've really been quite privileged today just to get the opportunity just to watch and see, answer some really cool questions already. Be interesting to see if the hippo is still around today, so we will also keep an eye out for him. We do have the other bull pushing off just up on the top of that drainage line there, kind of just off. I think it's Mvula Road over there, making his way into the thicket again. Currently no evidence of Dewey the hippo. Cool scenes here from Djuma. It has obviously got quite windy. As I was saying earlier, I do hope that this will bring some rain, because it has been very hot. I was there this last week, well, not in Djuma itself, but very hot in the Sabi Sands. So it's time for us to leave these Ellies be for now, and we're going to go and link up with Andrew and see what he's up to.
Alright, so great show. We've managed to find these three cheetah, Mpumalelo with her two yearling cubs, which is fantastic. I haven't seen them for a few days, so myself and Morgan are very stoked. And I think, of course, Morgan hasn't seen them since he's been back, so this is absolutely great. Okay, and there is one that is busy stalking there, as you can see, just ahead. But there is a fence line here, and she's seeing something over the fence line, so nothing is going to happen here. Just her instinct is telling her to take a look, get closer if you can. And this is actually quite a spectacular sighting because usually the best of times, you know, the cheetahs are quite hidden and camouflaged. But on this sort of area, it's very nice and open, and it's just nice to view them. So nice.
3 brothers named the Avoca males arrived in Djuma in 2018.
So this is our first good look at the Avoca males. So they're definitely a bit older than what I thought when we were looking at them. They're just under 5.
This area had recently been vacated by the Birmingham boys. The Avocas grabbed the opportunity and took over the Talamati and Nkuhuma prides quickly. In 2019, they were seen mating with females from both prides and went on to sire cubs with them.
And we are very privileged to be watching the Nkuhuma pride as the sun comes up.
The most recognizable lion in this coalition is Darkmane. Aside from the dark mane that gave him his name, he can be recognized by a distinctive limp. This limp stems from an injury to his right leg he sustained while taking down a buffalo with the Nkuhuma pride.
So sadly, we did lose Andrew there in the cheetah, but we will be back with him shortly. Good for us just to check up and see what's going on up here in Okakuyo. We do have a large number of zebra coming through, so we are just going to wait and hold off because they are making their way down. And we have seen huge numbers of them in the last few days as well, so it's always great when they do come down. Very confusing when they are here in big numbers as well, so it's great just to pan in and just watch and see how they interact with themselves. They sometimes can be quite skittish as well, so it's always cool just to notice. Clearly, obviously, our elephant that were here have pushed off. It does mean that we will probably see a lot more the other antelope and animals coming through and enjoying a drink. Sometimes they get put off by the ellies, so always cool just to see how everyone kind of adheres to the hierarchy of waterholes. So we're just going to sit and wait and watch, and once these zebra come through, we will zoom in. You can see them almost sucking up the water as well. So some of them might get quite deep. But great just to watch the approach. Clearly, the lapwings aren't very pleased with the action that is going on. They generally aren't too pleased all the time either. Exactly, Nikki. It really is quite amazing how the antelope and different animal and species all kind of blend in with the environment that is here. And as we get closer, we'll see that firsthand. But I do just want to make sure we do get the entirety of this herd that is coming down in our shot first, and then we'll go straight in. It's fascinating how everyone blends in and is color adapted for the area. definitely a procession of zebra coming through. A big dazzle indeed. Obviously we have some of our springbok too, so we will get right in there with them all in a second or so. As we get in now, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. And we'll start to see them fill our frame at least. I'm just going to go a bit closer. What's very interesting as well with the different subspecies of zebra, obviously there are subspecies or races of the plain zebra, and we're looking at plain zebra right now, and these are the Damara. And with the different plain zebra that occur across southern and eastern Africa, there are some that actually have longer and shorter manes. So that is one of the telltale signs and how we tell the difference between them, is that there are some of them that have a shorter mane, some that have a longer mane as well. And also some lose that characteristic almost brown shadow line that's on them too. And of that race, the one that occurs the most is actually the Grants. And we get those in Kenya, Tanzania and Zambia. So these zebra here, the Damara, we will find all the way across down into Djuma. That is the race that is from here, Namibia, through Botswana, down into Djuma. And the Birchells is the one that we will find in Kariega and Amakhala. So quite interesting to note the different races. So as we were talking about that, so effectively there are 4 subspecies of zebra. So we have these, the plains, with their races as well. And then 2 different type of mountain zebra and the gravy zebra, the rarest of all. So the rarest being the Hartmans, which you'll get here in Natasha, but further west of us in the more mountainous areas. And we get the Cape Mountain zebra down in the Eastern Cape and Amakhala, which we have shown you once or twice in Kariega. I think it's one of those, or both. And then we get the gravy zebra up in northern Kenya into Somalia. And that is the biggest species of zebra as well, but also the most endangered. Really cool watching these zebras, such a drink come through in numbers like this. Kind of pucker their lips and use them as straws. So if I can, I'm going to try and get closer. If the camera will stay stable for me and the zebra don't spook, we'll see exactly that. There's a very good example of them using their mouths almost as straws and sucking up the water. So you can also just see that faint little brown line on them. And as I said, some of the subspecies races, you won't see those brown lines, that faint line on them either. So further north we go, those lines become less apparent. They're more black and white. These zebras seem very relaxed at the moment. Quite often we see them spooking and darting off. It does look like they are kind of reaching their drinking capacity, at least for now. So I am just going to zoom out and just make sure we don't miss anyone else that might have come to join us. There are springbok around too. Really fascinating watching huge numbers of zebra just milling about Ukukuyo here. Really cool just to watch the different activity with the zebra. Socializing, fighting, biting. No braying just yet, but that will definitely happen at some point. Hi George, and you're very correct. It does currently look like a herbivore paradise. We've had lots of them coming through today, and definitely throughout the heat of the day it will attract more herbivores, and at night that is when the carnivores seem to come out. Although with it being overcast, it was kind of overcast, could see that change. There are a very healthy population of lion in the area. And I have seen footage of caracal and black-backed jackal as well. And there are definitely cheetah in the area too. So there are definitely predators around. I personally have not seen any. I know that we did show some lions the other day from here, but that was at night. So I do think they will be taking the opportunity to take it easy right now, but they are opportunistic. And if they are in the area and close by and there are good numbers, it wouldn't mean that they wouldn't hunt or be tempted to hunt. So although it does look like a herbivore paradise right now, with good numbers of herbivores come good numbers of predators. Looks like we have some of our impala here as well, so I'm going to zoom in on them because I'm really big fans of these black-faced impala. It's cool just to show different subspecies as well, so I'm going to zoom in on them. It's actually in quite good numbers today as well, and we will obviously keep an eye on the springbok too. So they are also pretty fascinating. And what's also interesting with the springbok at least is they're actually more prone to browsing than grazing. They love browsing and they love feeding on succulents as well. They don't necessarily need access to water all the time either. There's some interesting things about springbok. We don't really talk about them too much because they occur here in large numbers. Great to see these impala, and at some point I'll also be able to show you on the other impala why these are called the blackface, and you can see it quite clearly right now. And these are the second subspecies of impala, more arid adapted, and they occur from here northwest into Damaraland and into southern Angola as well, so it's cool to note. And the ewes are definitely starting to look quite round and pregnant, getting ready for lambing season. A nice big herd through with us today. It's cool to spend time when we do get these different subspecies and different antelope through. Just spend some time noticing also their behavior around the water too. A lot more skittish. Hi Yuri, so they don't necessarily swim, but they do wade quite deep into the waterhole itself. So the springbok and the gemsbok are the ones that kind of wade in the deepest, at least from what I've been noting. And we have also seen the black rhino getting quite deep in here as well. They don't necessarily swim, but they do wade in and cool down. So we do also sometimes see the zebra get quite deep, and also the wildebeest also push in. And this is also because there aren't any crocodiles in here, so they do feel a lot more comfortable to actually get in deeper as well. But at some point today, I'm sure we will see the gemsbok get really deep, and also the springbok. They seem to be the two, at least here, that wade very deep into the water. You can see a growth there on that one springbok too. And clearly it's quite dry, and the dry season means that they aren't in the best of nick. There will be some parasites present as they do lose condition, obviously, as it gets drier and nutrients from the vegetation isn't as good. So it looks like this impala over here has a bit of mange, because generally impala are very well kept. They do use their bottom teeth to kind of comb through their throat or their coat. That springbok as well also looks to have a bit of mange around. This is, oh, a warthog. We haven't seen any warthog around here as well. That is one of the first warthogs I've seen here, at least in Okakuyo, and really cool. So this warthog at least will definitely be almost on the outliers of warthogs because they are very reliant on water and food, although they do use their snouts to dig in and dig for succulents and tubers and that kind of thing, and those are in the area. They are very reliant on water. So you do notice they lose condition very quickly when there isn't enough access to fresh water. So this warthog is very lucky. But I was saying, so the impala actually use their teeth to kind of groom themselves and comb through their coats. This obviously helps them remove any parasites and ticks as well. So when you do see impala that aren't in very good condition, it's obviously a precursor to things like mange, other parasites that will be around. Generally are dermatological issues, so mange being something that affects their dermis. And these issues will be far more prevalent towards the dry season when nutrients and that starts to drop. They don't have as much access to that. Although they are fortunate that they are mixed feeders and browsers, so they will also take grass and the rest as well when it is around, and it is obviously tasty for them. But they browse and eat or graze.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week. Our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind the scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox with love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
So it seems that we have quite a bit of action across in Djuma, and I don't want to miss out on any of the action, so we are going to leave our Gemsbok and Impala here and go and check what is going on in the Sabi Sands. So we're back in Djuma, and there are some ellies that have just walked just into here. I do not want to lose them because we've had a very good morning with ellies, and when they are moving around and active and feeding, there's always something different to show. Just behind here, the squarry and African wattle. they will come through now. They will be feeding right there. So let's just come out a little bit. We're right in frame just now, so just going to make sure that we are keeping everyone in our sights. And there's that Ellie that we can also join in a second if these guys decide to hide for us. And we'll always pick them up again in a second or so. So it looks like they are just through this thicket over here. So I'm just going to go and chill with the Ellie that is at the water. And we will definitely hear them feeding, so we'll come back out and make sure we get them just through here in a second. I could see a shadow, so I'm hoping they do pop back into frame in a second, because what they were up to was pretty interesting. So I'm just going to join that other Ellie for now, and as I pick up the audio again of those other Ellies, we will come straight back to them. Oh, and this one seems to have eluded us as well. It's amazing how quick they disappear. So I'm just going to zoom out again, and I'll pan across, because I have a feeling I know where he's going at least. It went up on the drainage. It seems to be Ellie hide and seek at the moment though, so quite camera shy. They've been very good to us so far. Let's just look for some dark grey shapes in the bush, and we should be able to pick them up in a second or so. Just looking for some movement. Is starting to get rather thick, so any shady areas that could, there we go, there's the Ellie moving through there, so we'll follow him for a second. I'm sure he will feed as well. So it's time for us just to make sure that we do have good visual of these Ellies, but Andrew is back and we will be crossing through to him with his cheetah in a Amakhala.
So just on our way out of Carnarvondale, we've come across a whole lot of general game antelope here that are on this open environment. And there's some springbuck, red hartebeest, I see blesbuck, and there's also some plain zebra. And if you have a look at the size range of the blesbuck and especially the springbuck, that's going to be an ideal prey item for those cheetah. And we do often find here in Carnarvondale a lot of these smaller antelopes may coexist with one another, just so that they can all look out for common enemies together. They're going to be a lot safer together than being in their own small pockets. So in case you are not sure, but when we talk about plains game, we're talking about animals that are habitating in vastly open environments. And animals that usually are occurring in these open environments, they do rely on their speed to get away. And if they're going to be living in thickets, but yet they rely on their speed to get away, it's not going to be ideal for them, because they're going to run into bushes and so on. So to have a vastly open area like this, it's great for plains game antelope. And usually the groups can get quite large in these plains, because a space does accommodate that. Oh, nice observation there, Zoe. Sorry, I never pointed that out. I don't have a monitor in the front here, so I'm not 100% sure what Morgan sees, but I do look at the camera. Fast asleep over there. And I think what's been happening is, the zebras have been sunning themselves in this open environment, and some of them, they just get very, very drowsy, especially with zebra. And one or two of them may lay totally flat when they're extremely exhausted. But you don't really see this with the antelopes. It's very seldom you see an antelope laying with their head down. And it's just amazing. Just one little noise, a branch breaking, a twig snapping, that zebra will be up on its hooves in no time again. And I do remember when I was operating the dam cameras, I used to watch Lauren's segments quite a bit while I was waiting for my own ones. And I do remember she mentioned that she really enjoyed blesbuck being one of her favorite antelopes. And definitely no shortage of blesbuck out here in Carnarvondale. I mean, on previous occasions we have seen bat-eared fox in Carnarvondale, actually not far from this location here, and then also meerkats. When it becomes very arid, they tend to sometimes make an appearance. It does seem like it, Jason, that all the animals are particularly relaxed today. You know, they did face some weather yesterday. We had quite a bit of drizzle rain and downpours in some areas of the reserve, and it was particularly cold, so a lot of the animals would have sheltered and huddled and wouldn't really have fed too much. And then this morning, when they all started to move around and the sun started to poke through those open gaps in the clouds, they started to sun themselves quite a bit, and they become quite relaxed, especially this time of the day, because most of the activities with feeding is going to be done early morning and late afternoon, a bit during the midday as well. But generally speaking, at midday, around about from now to midday, this is their down time. They'll just relax a little bit, avoid getting too warm, and then just picking up the activities again in the afternoon. But they're very smart. They are sitting right in the middle of this open plain. And as some of them are, you know, like with the zebras, fast asleep, but you'll notice there's only one of those zebras that's fast asleep. The rest of them are up. So they're usually one or two or three or four, just a small handful of them will totally close their eyes and sleep. And then the rest of them, they're going to stand and keep watch. And they all take turns this way. If they all had to sleep at the same time, they would just never survive. Impossible. And it was also quite interesting with Morgan and Lauren a few months ago. They actually saw Mpumalelo take down, and her cubs, or sub-adults, took down a young springbok lamb. And it was definitely a learning curve for the two sub-adult cheetah, that the mother sort of caught it and then just allowed the sub-adults just to learn from this experience and left that lamb for them. And need to learn sort of a few things. Need to learn that the animal is going to run away from them and how to deal with that. And then also in some situations that the animal is going to try and defend itself, and they're going to need to learn how to deal with that as well. And this will come with time. But yeah, the cheetahs are about a year old now. So about 2 years, which is a year from now, they're going to need to have mastered all those basics. And it's just wonderful that the mother does aid them and give them sort of trial runs, like with what Lauren and Morgan saw a few months ago. I would have loved to have seen that live. Of course, it's not for everybody, but to see nature in its rawest form, this is why I'm out here, and this is why I do what I do. I'm just scanning with binoculars at the moment. I'm just looking at the springbuck to see if there are any lambs at the moment, because this is more or less a lambing season. We're going to be heading towards it very shortly. We're in October now, so roughly November-ish, sometime around there, the lambs will drop. And there's only a handful of antelopes where they'll have sort of a rutting season and then a lambing season. But as I mentioned earlier with the eland, there are quite a few different animals out there that they'll definitely give birth when they're in good condition, whether it's winter or summer. But not with the springbuck, they have a season. We've been lucky enough, we have seen quite a few red hartebeest calves that have been born already. And that's more on the main reserve side. And then all these hartebeest here do look like almost, they're all bulls, yeah, a bachelor group of bulls. Vicky, that's an interesting question. Thank you for that. You know, each species has got their own mechanism when sort of running away from predators. But if you're going to be in a group of animals and you're going to be faster than, you know, those slower individuals, it is going to aid you in surviving. That predators will catch those slower animals first. So to a great degree, you're quite right on that. And I'm actually quite surprised that there isn't a wildebeest, one territorial wildebeest with this group of general animals here, because they're often, wildebeest bulls are territorial, so they remain solitary until such time as a breeding group has come within his territory. But then he's vulnerable when he's all alone. And what those wildebeest bulls do, or bull will do, is will hang around a whole lot of general animals, and then when danger does arrive and the animals start to run away in their groups, the wildebeest runs towards a particular group and tries to dissect the group in half almost, so that others can sort of flush onto the sides, and that creates other opportunities for the predators other than himself, the wildebeest bull. It's a very clever tactic, that, and tries to scatter them off there. What you got there, wildebeest? Let's take a look there. Yeah, there it is. Well spotted, Morgan. So there is a wildebeest in this group over here. He's dead straight ahead there. Any sign of danger, this wildebeest is going to cause this group to scatter in different directions by running up to them and running with them. and he's hoping that a predator will catch one of the other ones other than himself. And then when the zebras run away, they form a dazzle. So a lot of the general animals, when they see danger and they run, they bombshell, which means they run different directions. But with the zebras, they'll form a unit, a dazzle, and they run as fast as the slowest member. Alright, good show. I think we're going to just see what's going to happen over here, but in the meantime, let's head off to Lauren in Madikwe.
There they go on your right.
They're just going thicker and thicker in, do you know what I mean?
Or maybe they go... You know what I mean? Maybe they move into a better area for us. You know what I'd suggest? Is just go forward right.
Hukamore. Oh, here's an impressive looking male leopard. Look at that neck on him. He just looks ready for a fight.
This is only the third time that we are seeing him that is known as the Hukamuri male. But he certainly has a lot of character and atmosphere.
This is gorgeous. Hukamuri having a drink at one of the little seasonal pans that's filled up after that beautiful rain we had last night.
First time seeing Hukamuri, isn't he beautiful?
He's got the babies. He's got the baby. 2 of the babies made it away. He's got the one baby.
Only meters away from me, folks.
You know, for all we say he's a gangster and he's got a face for radio, we only tease. He's actually highly, highly adorable.
Isn't he absolutely gorgeous? Compact, powerful, focused.
It's not just Hukamuri, an elephant's approaching. Look at this.
I love it.
So we're back in Okakuyo. Sadly, Lauren will be back just now, though. However, we do have huge numbers of wildebeest around. Very interesting to hear Andrew chat about those wildebeest and actually how the bulls will stick with other herds of general game, keep safe. It's obviously strength in numbers, but we do have strength in numbers in terms of the herd size that is right here. Well, actually, there seems to be 2. These are different wildebeest. What we were looking at just now, that being a black wildebeest. These are the brindled wildebeest or blue gnu, blue wildebeest. Nice to see them here in numbers this morning as well. They've got really right quite deep into the water. I really love watching when the animals here get deep into the water. It seems the one on the right way more confident in doing that at the moment, so we are going to get in a little bit closer and just see what is going on, because they're definitely going to be wetting their beards, and you will notice their beards now as well as I zoom in. Very fast antelope, but clearly when evolution happened, they didn't ask for looks. Almost as like they are pieces of everything that was left over. That does not mean that they are not clever or beautiful in their own way. They are very bright. They derive a lot of benefit from being in family groups and in herds of this size as well. You can hear our Cape Crows. But really cool. We've had a very, very busy morning down here so far already. Up here. Really cool to see everyone coming through in big numbers today. Almost like everyone's got a private congregation or function to get to. So very cool to notice. You can see it's springbuck again as well. Looks like more zebra too. So we'll just take the opportunity just to watch, because they are very excited, and you can see almost beelining it straight towards the water, these ones at least. You can see how they splinter off the different harems. From what I've noticed, the springbok around this morning haven't been in the best nick. Quite a bit of mange on some of them as well, and we did see one with actually a growth on it. Not too sure what that would be from. Clearly some very thirsty zebras. They were really rushing right into the water. Another springbok with a bit of mange. As I was mentioning earlier, it's definitely a time of the year where that might be more prevalent, just because we are reaching the end of the dry season. And although springbok are browsers, they do like succulents as well. They will take on grazing materials as well, so that being grass and the rest, and those new shoots that do pop out once the rains do come. That will obviously improve their coats and their conditions as well. But we do have some kudu as well. Looks like some kudu cows. So I'm going to just zoom out. I don't want to miss anyone that is around. And then we'll just sit and watch and immerse ourselves with what is going on here in Okukuyo. Zebra everywhere. So it's like a Sunday pajama party with our pajama ponies.
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, we see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
So as the zebras start to push off, we now have good numbers of the gemsbok in, and you can clearly see how deep they are willing to go, and it kind of seems like these zebra are also taking the initiative now that the gemsbok have got deeper in. It's really cool to see how much willing they are to actually get deep into the water as well. Definitely the most confident of the antelope around here, the gemsbok. And that's with regards to getting into the water. Almost walked the entire width of the dam currently. Yes, Melissa, they are stunning, and they are gemsbok or oryx. They are actually the national antelope of Namibia. So very prevalent that we're here in Etosha in Namibia. And we get to see the national antelope here too. And they have some very cool adaptations that help them regulate heat. So they have a system of blood vessels that are in their noses or in their nostrils that help them push blood around their heads to help them regulate. But they can also keep their body temperatures up around 40 degrees during the day, and then they drop it during the night. So that also allows them to function when it is very hot, and in even drier areas than this as well. So although here is arid, they are found throughout Namibia, and obviously the Namib, which is the oldest desert in the world. Very characteristic and very pretty antelope as well. From the sounds of things, I can also make out another sunbird species also in the background. And I will confirm just now, but I think it might be the dusky which is around here too. I don't know the call by heart just yet, but I will have a listen just now and call it out again when I do hear it. I've been listening to that sound. Great just to spend time and just watch and see what is going on and who has come to join us. So unfortunately, we do have some of the guests that are here in the camp, and I do also have something special that I'd like to show you across in Djuma. So we are going to jump across there, and we do have another antelope to add to our variety for the day and our mammal count. So we're going to head over to Djuma and see what has decided to show itself. So as you can see, I do have a bull waterbuck, and it is doing good waterbuck things, feeding just on some of that aquatic plant matter that is there and getting into the water. So it's not uncommon for them to go into the water, even just sit as well as it gets hotter. Although today's not the hottest day, doesn't mean to say that this waterbuck wouldn't do that. Very cool to see, and we didn't see them yesterday, so quite happy to be able to show you guys what's going on, and a different antelope as well. So we are really making some decent progress with regards to our mammal list for the day. And again, we're just going to sit and watch and just take in exactly how they feed and what they are up to. So they do rely on water sources, and they will obviously take grass and browse that is around the water sources, as well as this aquatic matter. So it's great to be able to show you that and just sit and watch a very relaxed bull as he does do that. And generally a few others that are with him, but at the moment we just have this one bull. So we're just going to sit here and watch him. It's quite possible that they actually get deeper into the water as well. Seems like he's drinking as well. Had very cool horns, and those horns can actually reach about 1 meter in length. Definitely pretty dangerous. You wouldn't want to be caught on the wrong end of them, that's for sure. You can also hear the Natal spur file there. And quite clearly now we can see this waterbuck taking off all of that aquatic grass. Just right there on the dam periphery. So as this waterbuck starts to enjoy its time in the water, it's time for us to link over to Rolf and say good morning.
Hello, good morning and welcome to the Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape Province of South Africa. My name is Ralph Kirsten and we have had 2 days of non-stop rain here at this part of South Africa. It's been wonderful, but it has kept me out of the field. It's wonderful because we do really need the rain, and what better animal to show us that the rain has been about than the rainbow chasers themselves, the eland. So fantastic to be out again. Very wet, but seems all the animals are out now, so they're probably also enjoying that the rain has stopped a little bit. Everybody just milling about a little bit. One very big bull there. There's not only one bull, there's a few of them, but one very big one. Sorry, there is a little bit of wind, so I'm just going to go back a bit because it is a little bit shaky. And there we can see the whole herd. Anyway, there's that big bull in the front walking towards those blesbok. Been hearing the black cuckoos calling now incessantly, so they're really making themselves heard. There's quite a few animals about. There are these eland, there's lots of blesbok. The ostriches, as always, are out and about as well. Start to disappear off down there. There goes some blesbok running through. Very often you find after rain like this, the animals can be quite energetic because they've been spending a lot of time keeping warm, shivering in the rain, and now it's like they do rejoice that the rain has ended. As they start disappearing off there, I'll just keep panning across, see what other animals are out. Still see very grey skies, but the forecast is that the rain has stopped and will be switching off for the next few days. You see lots of movement with the blesbok. Across because there's some other animals out too. You can hear the Egyptian geese almost non-stop calling. Rhinos. I'm not too sure who that is. Like I say, I've got to stay back on the zoom because it's rather windy and then it's not great when I go in. Doubt there would be too much wallowing today. It's not very hot at all. It's probably about 15 degrees, 15, 16 degrees or so. With the wind chill. swishing tails of the rhino. When they were wallowing in the mud afterwards, when they walk away, it creates quite a strange noise, as obviously they've got a lot of folds in their skin, and then the mud is all in there, and it's a very peculiar and unique sound of that mud rubbing up against the legs and so on. It's quite different. They seem to have all been washed off of the mud that they wallowed. So these are the times when you actually see the true colors of animals like elephants, rhino, warthogs, that can take on the color of the soil in the surroundings, but now they've been all washed from the rain. So, as I always say, black or white rhino, they're both grey, as we see there. It looks like it's Tembi and her unnamed daughter. I'm just seeing as it turns sideways on the profile. Yes, I believe it's Tembi, who is the first daughter of Thandi, and Thandi's granddaughter, Tembi's daughter, who is unnamed. Coming up to about 2 years of age, born in 2020. Looks like they're just doing a bit of grazing. Okay, so I'm hoping that these two start walking and getting closer to us. Because of the wind, I'm not able to zoom too much. While we wait for them to come on over, let's head you on over to Alex.
Thanks, Rolf, and hopefully those rhino do come and get closer towards you. However, we are here with our first Ellie of the day here in Mashatu, and the lilac-breasted roller is back from yesterday, it seems. Can't hear that raucous calling going off on the background. Maybe we might get a glimpse of it actually rolling around as well. Can see a warthog plodding through as well in the background too. So definitely quite a lot going on. Did obviously have the jackal and the guinea fowl interaction earlier. So just good to have everything else popping off all over the show for us. Another impala as well. I didn't think the wallow would be that busy today, although not the coolest in Mashatu, even though it is overcast, but that warthog is clearly getting in there. I do suspect it'll probably only be the warthogs today that spend time there. Yes, Chris, they do love it, and that is because that is where the borehole or the pump is. So that is where the fresh water comes out that supplies this dam. And Ellies love fresh water, and they will always favor it over anything else. So they'll go and beeline straight towards that. Although they do take from other areas here as well. but that being the freshest water that supplies here, it will favor that area entirely. And we always see them congregating just there. It seems like another impala in the background. I'm just trying to make sure, just because if that jackal does come back, I will try and get better shots of that. Although right now we have quite a cool little scene developing or going on. So we have a go-away bird as well as the lilac-breasted roller. And what's quite cool, at least, is that go-away birds themselves are obviously related to the Turacos, which are very pretty birds, but there are actually, in fact, 3 species of go-away bird. And you just heard the go-away there. And you get the other 2 up north from us in East Africa, in Tanzania and in Kenya through to Somalia. And we'll find the other go-away birds. Yet to see one or hear exactly what they sound like, but clearly are go-away birds, being that name. But just interesting to note. And out of these Turaco families, the most southern one would be down in Eastern Cape, and that would be the Knysna Turaco. They do kind of shift up the coast as well. They're also very pretty birds. And we might be lucky one day to be able to show you the purple crested Turaco in Djuma. I do think there might be 1 or 2 around there, just as the jackalberries decide to fruit, so it's something we will listen out for as well. Also very cool, loud sound. Again, blacksmith lapwing, not wanting to be left out. Hi Richard, so the reason why bird names have changed, or do change, is so that we get commonality throughout the world, or on the continent at least. So some of the older names that we used to refer to them here in South Africa, they were, or Southern Africa at least, they were only really referred to them here, and taxonomically or even internationally referred to as other names. So it is so that we have commonality, and so people are referring to the same things, and so that the birds remained classified correctly as well. So that is why that is the case. And some quail coming through. I do just want to keep shifting along here, just so we also note where those ostriches are, if they've perhaps moved off, or if there's anything else here on our right hand side. But it looks like the ostriches have left. No baboon today, so perhaps because it's a bit overcast, they might be further along and foraging along the Limpopo, which isn't too far from us, around 1.5 km or so. But it seems like it's just the Ellies and the Impala and that warthog in the wallow. So we're just going to sit around and just watch, because there's always antelope or animals even just transferring through, and sometimes pick them up in the distance, but very often they do just come straight through and have a drink. So the Ellies here, although he seems pretty relaxed, just going to keep an ear out and an eye out and just enjoy the scenes of Mashatu for a few moments. It sounds like someone else is coming to join the Ellie. So again, we will just wait, because we'll notice as those Impala start to push off if there are some earlies that come through, because they'll probably be quite hot and bothered and excited for a drink.
What is your role at Eco Trading? Tell us more.
I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, just connecting.
So it looks like our bull is slowly starting to move off, and as the sun has come out, possibly going to indulge in some mud bathing. So we'll just keep an eye on this, because the warthog has moved off, as well as those impala. It does look like he's a little bit tempted, at least. So it does seem that that mud is not the most inviting at the moment, but what is inviting is what Rolf has in Kariga.
Well, I must say it's not extremely inviting here at Kariega with the weather as it is, but a very inviting photo presentation of this particular zebra. It has come pretty close to the vehicle, so I just want to go in and see if we can get him nice and clear. Beautiful. Some of the most photogenic of all the animals out here, I must say. Looks like I may want to go down for a drink. I am just next to the Scotia Dam. He's having a look at me. I'm going to try and follow him. Getting in even closer here. Give me the run around. Oops. Janice, I have to agree with you. However, today it's even with the grey sort of colour and nature of the sky currently, it's still really popping with the colours. And there you can see just below it also a little Cape wagtail, just taking advantage of a big animal walking around. Always interesting watching their hunting techniques. See there, as the zebra moves, he just flits off quickly. Being a little bit curious of me now. I think I must present an odd shape to the animals here, because they don't often see somebody standing up on the vehicle. We don't have roofs on the vehicles here at Kariega like they do at Amakhala. And then I've got my tripod with a camera and I'm standing up next to it. So for them, I think it's quite peculiar, the shape that I'm presenting. Is that what's got you worried? The outline of what I'm presenting to them currently. But having said that, initially when I got here, the animals were very sort of nervous and almost scared of me with this different shape and outline. But they are calming down and getting used to my presence and this particular shape that I'm presenting. And with all the animals now having been washed with the rain, we'll see them all in immaculate and in their best dressed appearances. I will go and catch up with the little grebes at some stage as well, because the little chicks have hatched, and that's the direction that zebra is looking in. I'm just a little bit too far away from them currently, and if I zoom in, the wind is having quite an effect. So we'll just do the best with what we have. Posing beautifully. You can hear a nice Natura crow calling. Typical frog-like call. Hannah, it could be a young zebra, but it could also just be, like I said, that they've been washed over the last 2.5 days. It's rained non-stop, so they've had a good wash, and maybe it's just that. that it's looking in prime condition. But it's not an old zebra, that's for sure. Lovely patterns on it though. I do like it when they've got quite broad, thick black stripes. It's like it wants to go for a drink, but it's not quite sure. There's no crocodiles in the water here, so they don't need to fear that. And similar like in Okokuyo, they do go in the water quite a bit here as well. There's not the threat of crocodiles. Yeah, we are talking about you. So Pauline, let's have a look. I'm going to try go in and see exactly what you're talking about. I think it might just be its color, a sort of faded or very light stripes. So I don't think I can see any injuries there. I know I am cutting the animal off. I just wanted to have a look on those back legs. Doesn't look like there's any injuries. So I think it's not injuries, Paula, but we do notice, especially this time of year, a lot of ticks. I haven't seen them there now, but on the inside of the legs, and just on the joins where the legs join the body, where you see most of the ticks. Giraffe are full of them, so the zebra, the wildebeest, the blesbok. Everybody's also getting bothered by more and more flies every day, and you generally find there's going to be probably a very big hatch of all sorts of insects after this kind of rain, and then as soon as the sun comes out nice and hot, that's when you have a lot of boom in growth from both fauna and flora, especially at this time of the year. He's posing beautifully for us. Still just biding its time. Looks like it wants to go for a drink, but not quite sure. You can hear the Cape weavers. They're nesting just next to the waterhole as well in the trees. Let's just look off in the direction that it's looking. Here next to the Scotia Dam. So in those bushes there are where the Cape weavers are. So Taylor, it's this zebra is not particularly on its own. It's just moved off a little bit from. There's about 5 or 6 of them in the area. So, and it's not completely strange if one is on its own. Normally the stallions that can move more on their own. There's our little grebe. And there are the shell ducks bottoming up, doing a bit of foraging. And shell ducks in front. There's also these sacred ibis probing. This is a good time for them because the ground is much softer with it having rained. So you find the hardy-dars and the sacred ibis going for it and really being successful at this time, because when it rains, especially when you have so much rain that we have had in the last 2 days, it sort of saturates the soil, the topsoil, and a lot of the earthworms actually start coming out of the ground, because I think they're almost drowning. So they do come out onto the surface or just below the surface, and that's where they obviously get eaten. And there's our sacred ibis there as well. There'll be lots of preening going on now too, with them having been wet for so long. Lots of feather maintenance required, and re-oiling. You generally find when it's very windy, the birds all face into the wind, otherwise they get pushed around with their feathers being in the opposite direction. And you'll always find birds, if they sit on wires or in trees, they always face into the wind as well, especially the smaller birds, otherwise they can get blown off their perch. There's the black cuckoo calling. There's a little grebe that is hard at work, zooting across the middle of the pan there, probably heading straight back to the nest. But I did just want to have a look in on this one particular shelduck, because it's nice and close to us. You see how they kick and they hold themselves with their head down. I see a lot of underwater foraging. Forgotten it. It's very much like those Olympians. What do they call them? It's like classical swimmers, where they do all this dancing in the water. Very good skills indeed. Second one there also doing the same method. That'll make for quite a nice photo, that. There's the trill of the lesser grebes. And these sacred ibis here, I think they're feeding on an old impala carcass. So just showing that they also do eat and feed on carrion. You also find them near and around landfill or rubbish dumps sites. Anyway, lots of birds activity, and the animals are about, and we'll just have to wait and see what else happens. And while we wait here and see what happens, let's head you off to Mashatu.
Thanks, Ralph, and always good to do a spot of birding there, but we are joined here with our big grey friends and some wildebeest and zebras. So I'm just going to make sure we get everyone in frame, and it does look like we are getting some dust bathing and some mud walling, as well as there's a calf drinking as well, taking some milk. We do have a lot of action at the moment, so we will hang through here. However, you can see that the zebra and the wildebeest have completely avoided those elephants. They don't want to get in the way there. You can actually see how dusty the wildebeest are. So they actually also roll in the dust. So do the zebra. You can note on their coats they'll be a little bit red or orangey, and that's just also from the underlying substrate that is there. And we might see this elephant start to push them off. So you will notice that they will keep an eye out on the ellies. And again, we've got oxpecker as well. So very cool, but you can see those wildebeest aren't interested in hanging around too close to the elephant. So I'm going to just pan a little bit back. I don't want to miss all of the action. Nice to hear the oxpeckers. Very nice herd that is here with us right now. There's quite a bit of activity going on. So some going for the fresh water, some spraying themselves, and some even dust bathing as well. So lots going on. And we will just enjoy the scenes. Wildebeest are also just enjoying some shade there. We are just going to spend some time, switch off, see what happens with the interaction that I'm assuming might happen, but we'll wait and see. Great to see the wildebeest and zebra come through in numbers like they have. Definitely one of the sizier herds that you will find in the area. So very cool to see them in this number. And I was mentioning yesterday that zebra are obviously the national animal of Botswana, and there are in fact 2 zebra migrations that occur in Botswana, both north of us. They do migrate in quite large numbers. Obviously in those areas there is a lot more grass, so that will allow them to occur in those numbers too. So not to say that there isn't any grass in Mashatu, there just isn't as much of it. But good to see the national animal of Botswana, and we saw the national animal of Namibia earlier, at least in the countries where they occur. And if I'm not mistaken with Andrew, we did also see the South African national animal too. So quite a successful day so far. But great having our Ellies with us. So I'm going to just keep more of an eye on them. I also just want to make sure we don't miss out on anything that might be on the right of us. I'm going to just pan across there too, and then we'll come back and keep them in frame and just watch what is going on. But there might be some more Ellies here on the right of us, and they might join. Yep, there we go. They might join those other Ellies just now as well. So it'll be cool to watch them all walk in. It looks like that's going to happen, and there will be a little interaction that will take place between them all now as well. And that bird that was flying up there was the roller. So although we didn't get it rolling, there's definitely what is going on. We do have a little warthog in the shade over there as well. So just make sure we don't miss out on that other interaction. It is coming into roller breeding season, and that's why they are making such a noise at the moment. So I'm hoping the Ellies don't push off too far, but there is a bit of interaction going on. You can see the youngsters kind of joining in, at least with the ones that came across from the right hand side, but it does seem that this other herd has had enough. It's time for them to push on. So let's just see if that smaller herd decides to hang around. They might be keen to join us at the wallow. It does seem like the clouds are slowly burning off though, so we'll also just keep a tab on what's going on with the weather too. Definitely getting warmer as the day has got longer. It seems that little breeding herd has now come back to the right of us. I think they might just sit here and drink. And that might be because the bull is on the other side. So maybe this mom is not too keen on having her youngsters around there. Quite clearly saw the roller coming through there. A deep turquoise blue on its wings. Obviously that lilac on its breast. The bull also seems to be pushing on. It seems like these Ellies are dispersing into the bush around us. So we will just go back because those wildebeest were there, and we'll try and stick with them. These Ellies are going to disappear imminently. So the wildebeest are also making their way across, it seems. So we'll also just hang here with them and then see who else might decide to join us. But it does look like they've had a drink. Maybe one or two might stop, and then I think they're also going to head off into the yonder. Oriole calling. Hi, Melody. Yes, they are. They are indeed part of the Bovidae family, although they are cousins and related, so they have separated a bit from that, but they are part of that Bovidae family. Most antelope are actually, if you look at the taxonomy of all of them, it'll be Bovidae and then down. But these are indeed the brindle gnu. So cool to see them, and actually quite a big herd for the area, so nice to see around 10 individuals. It seems that the time at the waterhole is up, and we'll pan back across because there's always something interesting going on around. They clearly are enjoying the protection of the elephant, it seems. They are definitely lion in the area, so these guys will be very high up on those lions list. They do take quite a lot of eland in the area as well, because there are good numbers of eland around too. Eland are obviously big antelope, and actually the slowest. Even though they are the biggest of all antelope, they are also very slow antelope. Interestingly enough, they can jump the highest of all antelope as well, so roughly around 3 meters. So high jump specialists, but not sprinters.
Listen up, explorers. We have a brand new prize. This time you can recline riverside at the breathtaking Settlers Drift Lodge at Kariga Game Reserve. Take a breather from your busy life. Why not treat yourself at the spa or wander into nature on a guided bushwalk, twice daily safari drives, or even a boat river cruise? Open to all levels of explorers. Sign up before the 28th of October and it could be you jetting off to this luxurious lodge.
So it seems our friends have left us for the moment. Even that warthog that was around. So while that is the case, we'll wait for others to join us, and we will head over to Okakuyo to see what's going on there. There's a never-ending stream or procession of animals through today in Okakuyo. And we do have these fantastic Gemsbok back as well. So lovely to spend some time, and it does look like maybe an interesting bird across there, although it looks like it's flown away now. I'll keep my eyes open because we did have a lovely tawny here yesterday. So always good to see different and birds of prey. So different birds, but also birds of prey too. Seem quite chilled actually at the moment. I think that's probably a consequence of the heat starting to rise. Also, it does seem that quite a bit of the cloud cover that was around this morning is also burnt off. So you always see the grebes here diving in and out. They are pretty skilled at synchronized swimming. You do just see them pop up 1 second and then down the next. So you constantly see them around. They kind of scoot around as well as it gets busier throughout the day too. So they definitely make the most of the water that is here. I think that is a blacksmith lapwing that is here. I can't see it just yet. I'm pretty sure those are dusky sunbirds that are calling in the background, so very cool to hear. There are the grebe, and there is a blacksmith lapwing as well. Let me come out because I don't want to miss anyone that might come through. More zebra down here today as well, so it's been really, we've had lots of numbers, great numbers of these zebra come through in the last few days, so it's been really cool and fascinating just watching them come down in droves, really. There seems to be quite a big party of them coming through again, so never dull with the zebra here in Okakuyo. I am hoping we do get another breeding herd of ellies come through because the youngsters always play in the water. Adults seem to be quite content in just hanging around and splashing themselves, but the youngsters get right in. We will again just sit and watch, just appreciate the zebra coming in, as well as the gemsbok just sitting right in the middle of the dam, although it does look like he's coming out as well, so just cool to watch. So while we enjoy the sounds of the different birds and these zebra over here, Lauren is in a new location and we're going to head off to find out where that is.
We don't actually have anything happening here at the moment. It's very, very quiet at this dam. The wind is still howling, as I'm sure you'll be able to hear, and we are just sitting by. The dynamics of the weather will, of course, have changed the activity. It's not that hot today. So we are just going to sit, look around Shukuru Dam and see what arrives. Nina, it just depends. If they are cold and they need to warm up, they might try and get some sun despite the fact that it's windy. Or possibly not. If it's just a bit too overcast and the sun's not out, then they are obviously going to probably hide in the water. So it really does just depend on the ambient temperatures, what season you're in, cloud cover. But if it's a very, very hot day, then yes, of course they're going to be out the water. You can get hot and wind, and you can get cold and wind. So if it's cold and windy, most likely not. But if it's hot and windy, then yes, of course you'll find them out the water. Avi's telling me that the impala gave a little shout there. I didn't actually hear it over the wind. Okay, we're going to continue to sit here, try and shelter from the wind as much as we can. Hopefully some other animals come down. But we're going to send you guys over to Andrew and Amakala.
Okay, so we've got a beautiful scenic view over here. We are just off an area called Rooiwala, which is, let me just think about that. That's going to be a bit on the eastern side of the reserve. Sorry? Okay. So Morgan is going to show you. This is the area called Rooiwala. Look how beautiful this is. I know the erosion is quite intense here, but erosion in its own right is absolutely beautiful. And when was this now? It was about 2 weeks ago. We actually had a massive swarm of bees just at the bottom of Rooiwala, and we tried to go live with them, but no, they moved off because of the hot day. And so we do know that sometimes there is a beehive on this side over here, Rooiwala. Yeah, so we're in the eastern part, and this is actually a very good place for the guides with their guests to have a drink stop, and they often do. Beautiful. You'll notice the soil is very, very red here. So this is iron-rich soil, but strangely enough, this soil does not originate from here. It wasn't brought in here by people, but over millions and millions of years, through the dispersal of wind, this sand arrived, and through other parts of the world as well. You get this iron-rich sand deposits over millions and millions of years. And it's called Aeolian soil, and its original place where it comes from is in fact the Sahara Desert, and it gets blown in by wind over a long time and deposits out here. And sometimes the elephants will mud wallow in the red mud, the iron-rich mud, and they become a little bit red in color. The warthogs as well in this area do that. And then a few years ago, there was also reports of leopard tracks found around about not too far from this area. And of course, you know, when you see the naturalists out in Djuma, leopard is fairly frequently seen out there. But out here in the Eastern Cape and the surrounding parts, it's the Cape leopard, which is much smaller than the northern leopard and a lot more skittish, and we hardly see them out here. In my entire career working in Amakala Game Reserve, I never saw one. I did see tracks and I have seen kills, but we never actually see the animal. But not too long ago, there was leopard tracks recorded in this general area. Very different. And then another thing, we do get ostrich that come this way as well. Sometimes they also do a bit of dust bathing in the fine red sand. And you often find with the male ostriches, particularly the males, you find that a lot of the iron is absorbed in their tail. And they get these fluffy little red tails. And I believe if there's any young chicks they've been known to sort of just take some of those mineral particles off the male's tail, trying to get sort of geophagia, so getting minerals from soil, which is interesting, through the male ostrich tail. Beautiful view. We're not too far from the Bushman's River. In fact, we're just above it now. It is totally dry at the moment, with the exception of some mud puddles and a little bit of water puddles. And when I first started my career out here in Amakhala, we used to offer the guests boat safaris, canoe safaris and all of those. But since then that has stopped until this river can flow again. But Skulk, who's at Uluvane Environmental Training for Young Guides, he put it a nice way for us. He said each day that goes by brings us closer to the day that the river will flow again. And it will. See the waterbuck out there, Morgan? Just out there, some waterbuck. It's a bit far off.
Where are you pointing?
So do you see where that road is over there? Sort of horizontal road.
Yeah.
Just above it. Yeah, straight 12 o'clock. Just above that little horizontal road. There's also a few blesbok laying down there. We did spend some time searching for the elephants as well. They are currently by Hills Neck Safari Camp, more or less in the camp or around the camp. And there is a reserve policy out here that we don't drive too close to the camps, especially when there are guests in the camp. Because you can imagine, if you're a guest in the camp, the last thing you want to see is safari trucks driving around trying to view things right in the vicinity of where the camp is. So we'll hang back for now, but this afternoon they'll most definitely come out. Octavia, hello. Thank you so much for your question there. It's a good question. So it will. Erosion is essentially the soil disintegrating from rain and sort of harsh weather conditions, and it will take away a lot of the vegetation. And the one thing about erosion, Octavia, is that you can't stop it. Once it starts, you've got to learn to live with it. You can try and manage it the best way you can, but once it starts, it's there to stay. And if you don't manage it, you're going to find that erosion will just continue, and then you have the degrading of the land where it disintegrates. But by saying this, erosion is a natural thing. It is important to a degree as well, because it provides potential den sites for animals like brown hyena, especially if like a bit of a hollow cave starts to form in the erosion. Then you're going to find most definitely brown hyenas will be interested in trying to make a den site there. But often the way that the erosion starts off is when you have severe drought conditions. So everything is dry, and then the land gets extremely well compacted, and then once you have the first rains or a very, very hard rain, and that starts to drill away the surface. And because it's baked so tight, the surface of the land, the water can't really go anywhere. There's no more active capillaries within the soil. And this is exactly how erosion starts. And then animals that are very important in creating those capillaries under the soil are animals like subterranean beetles, but more so earthworms. Earthworms are very important because they will create those veins within the beneath of the surface of the soil, and then the water can go somewhere and penetrate the land. So I'm just scanning with binoculars. The den site for the lioness with her cubs is not very far from here. And I know the male lion was seen in the vicinity early hours of this morning, so I'm just scanning to see if he's not still around here. Okay, we're gonna try and get mobile again and see if we can't find something else, but in the meantime, off to Ralph in Kariega.
Walked out onto the plain. I'm not sure on this one's name, if it has one, but he's all on his own, as you do find male rhinos. Just happily grazing. There was an almighty fight between the zebras a little while ago. I'm not sure what it was all about. Lots of biting and kicking, and they were running around in circles, not being very nice to each other. There comes one of our ostrich characters, seemingly with its head in the ground. But I'm pretty sure it's feeding on those yellow button flowers. Still haven't seen any of the ostriches nesting, and if they are, they've been doing a good job at hiding it. Still hear the tinkerbirds calling off in the distance. Rhino is going to disappear behind that thicket there, needle bushes. Ooh, now that I'm hearing those zebra, let's go and have a look at them. I wonder if they're still busy with their dispute. Seems to be all calm again. Definitely wasn't calm a minute ago. Maybe it's those ones off there. 4 in a row. So, Craig, there is an argument which one is the smallest, because if you Google it, you'll see the bronze manakin is the smallest bird in South Africa. But the Cape Penduline tit is also known for being tiny. Now, it's between sort of 8 and 10 centimeters, both of them, and they say that the bronze manakin is 7. But different books say different things, so I'll have to just leave it at it's between those two, the bronze manakin as well as the Cape Penduline tit, one of the two. And the largest, obviously, being the ostrich, but that's a non-flying bird. There we have one there. The heaviest flying bird is a Kori bustard. They can weigh up to, I think, about 20 kilos, which is extremely heavy for a bird that flies. And the largest of the raptors, I would have to say the broadest wingspan would be a crowned eagle, as they have to have a broad wingspan to be able to carry heavy loads. But I think between the lappet-faced, I think it would probably be the lappet-faced vulture that has one of the largest wingspans, longest. I'm just going across because there is an ostrich that is pursuing, a male that's pursuing a female, and he's been displaying, and she looks like she may or may not, but it just looks like she may be positive in the reception of his advances. There he goes again with his display. Although walking off now, so maybe not so positive after all. They seem to do that both to the females and when they're fighting with other males. They do that display. Has he decided to go and try with another female? Oh, here we go. This is where they test my camera skills. Meep meep, here they go. And they're off. Notice how their heads don't move. And they are reaching incredible speeds, up to an over 60 kilometers an hour. Come on, she's beating you pretty well there. Oh, another one joined in. Has he just decided to chase another male? There we go. Always fun watching the ostriches. They disappear off down there somewhere. Let's see if they pop out. Wow, they've covered some distance. Sorry, I'm going to try and catch up with them. There they are. This is the racetrack that I'm talking about. My goodness, they cover some ground. That's him giving up. That's also a bit of a display, that sort of wing flicking might be a display of disgust. Oh well, a bit of Sunday exercise. Go back to eating yellow button flowers. Well, the Blesbok spectators not very impressed. Well, he lost track of the female and just went after the male. There's the eland now in the background as well. And the Egyptian geese. There's some warthogs running through in the distance. And a lovely herd of eland. I love their colours. That wonderful light tawny colour. Very dexterous with those horns. You see how they can scratch. Oh, and there comes our rhino. That's the same male that we were looking at earlier. Riley, good question. I would say for their size, they're probably better jumpers than kudu. But I think just measuring both of their jumps, I think that kudu would probably win. But I've never seen them jumping next to each other or been able to measure and on one point where they'd both jumped which one was higher. But I think I'd have to go with kudu. But with the size of eland, I think if kudu were as heavy as eland, they wouldn't be able to jump as high as them. So we'd have to, however, probably give that award to kudu being the best jumpers, but eland coming in a close second. And eland can get up to about 800 kilograms, whereas kudu bull, you're probably looking at about 200, 250 kilograms, so a lot bigger mass, excuse me, with eland, much bigger. Obviously these females and the younger males not quite getting up to that size. That's the largest bulls. See, that one eland did get a bit of a fright, or have to get out of the way of this rhino. You can see the size difference in them. They get up to about 3 tons, so it's about 3 times their weight, if not more. And as always, folks, don't forget that this is an interactive experience, so please send through your questions and your comments and jump on board with us as we escape to nature. And I do my best to keep up with whichever animals are doing something interesting, like those ostriches. And that's just a continuation of the trends of what I've been seeing every day, sitting here on my own with the animals. It's become a real part of my day, watching the ostriches chase each other around. And it's just awesome also with those ostriches having taken me right across the whole plain. You just get to see all the animals that are out and about, even though it was a bit of a whirlwind. What are these eland up to? There's a red-throated wryneck calling. A little bit of pushing and shoving going on there. A couple of young bulls, maybe. Looks like it. And the photobombing Egyptian goose. Doesn't look like anything serious. And you'll be amazed, once again, it's all relative, but if you see those horns of theirs close up, you don't realize how long those horns actually are. Even the females, they're at about 600 to 800 centimeters, and the males can be over 1 meter. But just when you look at them relative to the size of their bodies, they look quite small, but I can tell you they're not. Well, when you look at gemsbok or oryx horns, some of them can be 1.5 meters. Massive horns, very long and straight. But we don't actually realize how big these animals are and the horns that they have when we look at them from a vehicle or from a distance. But if you had to stand next to these eland, you then realize that they're almost as tall as quite a tall man. And I'm talking shoulder height. And the rhino not being much taller than them. So Becca, yeah, the horns, you know, for the plains game, that both male and female have horns, they do use it to defend themselves. However, their biggest sort of way of defending themselves is to run away. But eland aren't very fast. They're one of the slowest antelope out there, and so lions do prey on them quite heavily, especially once lions start catching and killing eland. They sort of cotton on to that idea and they realize that it's actually quite easy prey. Generally, the eland would then move off completely and out of the range of the lions, but if they don't, they can be knocked quite badly by lions. But the females, yes, they will, if cornered or chased by lions, and eventually if they get to a position where they have to stand and fight, they use their horns for that. These two are getting a little bit more serious now. Still a rather calm fight. See, as predicted, after a lot of rain and probably lots of inactivity from the animals, as soon as it stops, you can have all sorts of crazy interactions because of lots more energy that they have. So let's see. Sometimes difficult to judge who is sort of the more dominant. These are two evenly matched and sized bulls. And earlier when I was watching the zebra, it's not always necessarily the biggest one that wins. The smaller zebra between these two males that were having a bit of a tiff seemed to be getting in on the inside of the other male and biting it and holding on with the bite. And it seemed to be the one that was actually winning. And I noticed that the other day with the giraffe as well. The smaller male was actually also getting inside the other one and almost being able to get underneath it. And I have spoken about that, but like with the lightweight, or it was not welterweight or featherweight boxing champion of the world, we had baby Jakes Mahlala. And the boxers used to say that it was so difficult to fight him because he was tiny and he used to get in on the inside of them, and his best punch was an uppercut, and they found it really difficult to beat him. And then I think it's quite similar with a lot of the animals too. So not necessarily always the biggest that wins, but generally it is the biggest ones that win. It's the stronger and the more powerful that normally win the day. and just such a beautiful setting, as always, here at the Kariega Reserve. You see those euphorbias that really dominate the thicket lines there, especially as you go further up the kloof. It's river and valley euphorbias. So, now those euphorbias that I'm talking about, I'll just maybe go up just so you can see them a bit better. You know, Namibia is also very well known for all the different succulents that they have there. The Euphorbia damarana, the Euphorbia virosa. These are the valley and river euphorbia trees, succulents. They also have the toxic white latex, but not as toxic as those desert euphorbias. And in Africa we don't have any natural cactus. We have cactus-like trees or succulents like these euphorbias, and that's the closest that we get to cactus. Any of the cactuses that we have in Africa are exotic and mostly coming from South America, like the prickly pears and the jointed cactus, which we also get here a lot. That's a terrible plant, that. And I've often seen impala walking around with these succulent leaves with the spikes stuck in their legs. And there's like a little ball almost at the end of the thorn itself. So once it gets spiked in, it's when I've had them spiked in my leg as well. When you try and pull them out, it really pulls your skin and it like pops out. So it's not as simple as just pulling it off. It really is a terrible plant, and one of the ones that they do work hard on trying to eradicate, along with the prickly pears. But that all there in the background is natural, endemic, local bush. A lot of the settlers that brought their plants and things that were useful from where they came from when they came here. And we also have a lot of pine, Port Jackson, the wattles, black wattle, longleaf wattle, that were brought for building material, the eucalyptus, blue gum trees, all those, you know, the wattle and the eucalyptus brought for building material, very quick growing trees, and they grow very straight. The wattle much smaller than the eucalyptus, but they make very straight poles, and the same with the eucalyptus, but they're getting much bigger, so it's literally cut and you can use it immediately for any kind of building and for fence posts, etc. Naturally, however, the sneeze woods that we get locally here in the Eastern Cape are used a lot for building material, fence posts, and it's very termite resistant, so no treating necessary, but they're very slow growing trees, so they're very vulnerable to overutilization, and that's what's been found, because obviously they're very useful, but they've taken a big knock because a lot of the farmers and inhabitants in the area, early inhabitants, obviously used the sneeze woods because of that resistance to termites and wood borers, etc. Also the area here in the Greater Addo region, down in the Woody Cape, there's a lot of the yellow woods, which are also very vulnerable, especially in the earlier times, because they were used for shipbuilding. So there's not too many big ones left, but there is a lovely section of the Addo Elephant National Park, the Woody Cape section, where they protect the last remaining big yellow woods that still are there. I just heard a buffalo. So I think they may be making their way on over this way too. That orc-like call. The orcs from Lord of the Rings. I find they sound exactly like that. Obviously lots of predators up in those thickets, including caracal. Lots of caracal. There's very high population of caracal here. There's also leopards, jackals. The monkeys and baboons pretty much stay in those thickets. Often hear them alarm calling. And my assumption is it's either caracal or leopards. Sometimes it can be either or. There is a lot of crowned eagles present too. So sometimes, I always first look up in the sky to see if I can spot a crowned eagle. Otherwise, it's something lurking in the thickets themselves. Funny, it comes in ebbs and flows. It can be full here at other times. So Livia, I've seen a leopard down here in the Eastern Cape. I've seen a few, but I'm not quite sure that it is a Cape leopard. I don't know that their distribution range now, and I'm not saying that Andrew's wrong in any way whatsoever. I'm not sure that their distribution extends this far. I thought that they were almost isolated to the Western Cape and the region around the Cederberg. Now I'd have to look closer into that. They are a smaller leopard and subspecies of the Panthera pardus. Now I'm just going quiet because I'm hearing an ostrich calling. So I'm not quite sure if these leopards here are the Cape leopard, which I'm not convinced that they are. But if they are, then I have seen them. But for me it looked pretty much the same size as the leopards that we get, generally. That Cape leopard being a very special one. But if Andrew has seen them, which could quite possibly be the case, that's very special. This area also is one of the only areas, I know that there is another one in the Masai Mara somewhere, another area that naturally housed the melanistic or black leopards, and there have been recent sightings of black leopard, very sporadic and very rare sightings here in the Eastern Cape of those melanistic black leopards. Not a lot, but naturally this is one of the spots where you find them, and the only other one I know of is in the Masai Mara. But the thing is, in this area, in this region, in this province, and particularly here in the Albany thicket, the carrying capacity is so big, and being in the Sweetveld, it is perfect for farming. So, and that's where you have human-wildlife conflict, because what's good for wildlife is also good for humans. So humans obviously moved in and then protect their livestock, protect their agriculture, whatever they're growing. This region is very good for pineapples and chicory, And for instance, the bush pigs, they love the pineapples, of course they do. And so there's obviously the conflict with farmers that farm pineapples and the bush pig. And so obviously they do their best to exterminate them, which you can imagine. It's very easy to sit back and always say it's the farmer, they shouldn't shoot anything, but we go to the shops and we buy pineapples. So, we very often moan about any kind of hunting or eradication of specific animals, but very often we're part of that. So, you just need to take a step back and not point fingers, because those glass houses are easily broken. So anyway, the story is, and it remains, that obviously with that high carrying capacity, there's big farming in the area, human-wildlife conflict, and so it obviously had a big effect with the leopards too.
The Explorers program brings nature lovers together and helps share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Explorers receive so many great benefits, including a chance to watch completely ad-free, luxury travel prizes, access to behind-the-scenes content, and don't forget the weekly newsletter filled with inside information. Explorer subscriptions are available in monthly, 6-monthly, and yearly. Find more on our website.
Now another one is jackals. So caracal, jackals, leopards, all a big problem for farmers, especially sheep farmers. Jackals will also kill sheep, especially when they lamb. And there has been a couple of studies done on it, but one of the best, especially if you're on a natural reserve like this, and there is big populations of jackal and you want to try and control them in some way, there's been a few studies done with brown hyena that they kill jackals quite a lot. In terms, it's mainly down to competition, but where there are lots of brown hyena, you don't find too many jackals. Well, they do keep their numbers in check. So that's a good way of naturally controlling jackals, for instance. Now, caracal, obviously a bit of a different problem, because brown hyenas won't have as much of an impact on them. But the more bigger predators you have, the less smaller predators you have, you know, so you just need to try and find a balance. But there's often multiple solutions to human-wildlife conflict, especially around predators, but the easiest way is always to take up arms and just get rid of the problem. And the second easiest is probably easier than the first, is poisoning. And obviously both of those have taken place in this part of South Africa with its high carrying capacity, being inside the sweet veld as we are, that the farmers have poisoned and shot predators. You know, they've been problem animals and vermin, basically, because they really affect their livelihoods, which you can understand, and if you don't, you should, because we're all part of that and we're all human, and we all like our amenities when we go to the shops, and whatever is supplied there very often has come from an area that has got those kind of issues. So you might want to wash your hands of it, but mostly you can't. You're involved. So it's just trying to get better solutions around that. And as a result of that persecution of the predators here, there still are these predators, but these animals here, the predators, leopards, hyenas, etc., they don't call anymore. So you never hear them, because the ones that called got shot, and the ones that were present and marked their territories aggressively gave their positions away, so they got shot. So the evolution, even in the small sort of 100 years or so, has resulted in the predators that do survive here and have been born as a result. They don't call anymore, and they're very quiet, and they're very secretive out in the thickets. So that's why we don't see them so much or hear them as much. Anyway, I think that's enough from me for now. Let's go and catch up with Alex.
Thanks, Rolf, and fascinating chat around human-wildlife conflict. It is definitely something that we all should be cognizant of. But we are up here in Okakuyo, and the numbers of game are always up with us. And we've had droves of zebra, wildebeest, springbok, even impala today, as well as the 3 ellies that we started with. We do have some kudu around at the moment, and clearly some gemsbok right at the back there. It's really been a very busy Sunday today. It does seem to have cleared up a bit as well, so it is definitely getting warmer. And I am hoping that we will get a few more elephant through at least while we're on, otherwise at least throughout the rest of the afternoon as well. So it's been a fantastic day up here. We have some more springbok coming through as well, so they've been here in good numbers, as well as those kudu. So I am just going to spend some time, because we did actually notice, and I do want to look at quality of these springboks coat, because there were a few around earlier with some mange, and 1 or 2 actually with growths. So just interesting to see who is coming through and what condition they actually are in. So just cool to monitor different numbers, and I suppose the different herds that are coming through, just keeping a tab on what's going on. Observation is always key. So you will note some condition of these springboks. Some are obviously in very good nick, but some are definitely showing some signs of mange. And that is also just to do with the time of the year as well. So obviously as the conditions drop, when it does get drier, these conditions can be prevalent. But it's not bad, it's just that we can see it. So we're going to keep a tab on what's going on here and the different springbok that do come through for us. But Andrew's found something interesting down in Amakhala, so we're going to head across to him. Great.
So we've just come across this jackal over here, and he's really not running away at all, which is usually not the case. You do find that they will see the vehicle or hear the vehicle coming and they move off quite quickly, and you barely get a photograph of them. But this one is quite relaxed over here. It's quite funny, I never saw it. Actually, Morgan spotted it right next to the road here. When I was driving along here, the jackal stood up, and when I did see it, I thought, oh well, it's gone now, guaranteed. And it just looked at us, we reversed the vehicle, and it sat down again. And it's just lovely to look at jackal the way we can see it now, because this is not normal. Normally they'll just run away. So this is a black-backed jackal. It's the only species of jackal that we get out here in Amakhala, although Cape fox and bat-eared fox have been seen from time to time in the northern part in Carnarvondale. I'm just going to grab my binoculars here and have a good look at this jackal. Beautiful animal. Nice long snout, big ears. As you can see, the ears are pointed in totally different directions. Now it's focusing forward. But they do bend the ears back like dogs, like it's doing now. To pick up sounds behind them, on the side of them, and so on. The ears are very independent. They used to have a previous name up until a good few years ago. It used to be the saddleback jackal. And I'm not sure what the reasons were, but they did change it to the black-backed jackal. I think saddleback jackal is a bit more appropriate, but each to their own. And I often found when I was tracking cheetah by the footprints, you often find that jackal tracks are within the vicinity. Sometimes, the jackal tracks are on top of the cheetah tracks. And then you know for a fact that jackal's actually actively following a cheetah. And in some occasions when I've tracked cheetah, I sometimes pick up a sighting of a jackal before I see the cheetah. And then I presume to myself, yes, we are quite close to this cheetah now. And then I just bring out binoculars or have a good look around. Look where the jackal is looking. And often following cheetah. Ah, it's sweet, eh? Hiding behind the bush there. Just see the ears there. Craig, good afternoon to you. Oh, hello. Shame, just had a look at us now. Yo, the speed in kilometers an hour. Let me just give that a quick think. So at full speed, I would think this animal can do at least 60 kilometers an hour. Maybe a bit more, 65 kilometers an hour. They only really do that when they're absolutely chasing something at full speed, and then also when they're running away from competition, i.e. lions. Lions don't tolerate jackals, and most of the time lions can't reach the jackals because jackals are quite cunning. They will hang around the outskirts and then just watch lions, maybe lions are on a kill or something, and wait for their sort of window to go in. And so they're very vigilant, but if lions can catch a jackal, they'll definitely kill it. And I've seen lions chase jackal before, and that jackal hightailed it out the area running full speed and got away. I would say between 60-65 kilometers an hour. So just like foxes, they sort of just trot around the bush. Yeah, but usually what they do is they have got good stamina, so they just slowly run, if that's the correct term. It's like a trot, if you will, and that's their general way of moving around. But as I say, when they need to, they can most definitely run fast. So we are probably now in the denning time for jackals. Jackals are very, very smart animals. They have learnt that in a year, 365 days, when is going to be the best time to den. And they have figured out that the best time to actually den is about a month before the lambing season of impala. And there's a niche, a very, very clever niche, that once they've given birth, or the jackal's given birth, those pups are going to grow up and start to demand meat. And then by that stage, the impalas would have given birth to all these fresh lambs all over the place, and that fills that niche where the adults can go off and hunt those lambs and feed them to their pups, who are quite demanding of meat at a certain age, from a young age, in fact. And there's 2 sites on Namakala that I'm aware of where there are den sites from previous times. They like the base of Dairy. There's a road called Dairy Road. And then another den site I've seen to be active throughout the years is on Lievenbosch Plains or Lievenbosch Flats. Beautiful sighting. There's a video that I've seen. It went viral for a while. I wouldn't do this personally, but some people have been known to domesticate jackal. And apparently they make very good pets. I wouldn't do that personally, but you know, each to their own. And there was this video of the jackal howling. I don't know if any of you are familiar with it, but they make this beautiful crying sound. And this jackal stood in front of a mirror and saw its reflection, and saw another individual, which was himself, and just started making this howling sound throughout the house. And I think at night, if you're sleeping and you hear that sound, you're definitely not going to be able to sleep much. So the wind is blowing directly in this animal's face now, and it's just picked up a scent of something. And some of the springbok and red hartebeest have got young on this main reserve side, and these jackals will very much be interested in that. But in fact, they're very omnivorous animals. They've been known to eat insects. The main part of their diet is insects. They'll eat meat, they'll scavenge, they'll catch their own prey. They'll even eat berries and fruits. Oh, Samantha, not a very big prey that they caught themselves. I actually saw the entire scenario take place. The biggest thing I've seen jackal take in form of prey is going to be a mouse. So not very big at all. Yeah, it was interesting, a very interesting sighting. I was with guests at the time, and the jackal picked up a scent, and you could see this jackal was onto something and sniffing the ground and flushing something, and the mouse ran into a bushy area, much like where this jackal is sitting now, very similar to this. And the jackal jumped up into the air like a cat would, or a serval, and then managed to land on that mouse. And then it bit the mouse's head, crushed the skull, and then dropped the mouse, looked around, sat down a little bit, stood up again, and then swallowed the mouse completely whole, and then moved off. But there was a guide, I can't remember her name. Oh, there we go. She actually saw a sighting of lions killing a jackal once. Just changing position there. Okay, I think we're going to just sit tight here and watch. If I start the vehicle and I try and re-angle, this jackal's going to run away. And what I find quite beautiful about them is they do pair up for life, what we call monogamous. And it's just nice to know that jackal found a partner at some point in its life and spend the rest of its life with that partner. There's many animals that practice that. Okay, right, I think let us push on a little bit, but in the meanwhile you can perhaps go to Ralph in Kariega Game Reserve.
Well, I have to confess that I was wrong earlier. When I said I thought I heard buffalo calling, it was in fact this secretary bird that was calling like an auk. It's been calling now for quite a while, and I hope we do get to hear it again. Very, very buffalo-like in that call that it gives. And I didn't even think of secretary bird. I immediately thought it was buffalo. But it was him. I caught him calling, saw him calling and heard it at the same time, so confirmed. And now I hope it hasn't disappeared. Let's just wait and see. It has been zigzagging through the field here, obviously looking for reptiles or anything that moves, but it's not a great day for that because it's quite cold. But I would imagine because of the last few days of rain that they probably haven't had much to eat. And it's the time of year that they're nesting, as we've seen on Amakhala. I don't know where this one's nest is, but it's in full breeding plumage, and I would assume that it is on a nest somewhere with a partner. Where it is currently now, I don't know. Somewhere there. Disappeared off. I hope we get to see it again. Zigzag back this way, Mr. Secretary Bird. But I think we might have to wait. It's gone behind there. Let's just scan a little bit, see if it's popped out anywhere. Nothing that way. One last check. No, looks like it's moved off. Oh well, luck of the draw. There's an African fish eagle calling off in the distance there. That's sort of the Kariega drainage line that heads off down to the Kariega River. So I'm pretty sure that's where the fish eagle was calling from, there in that particular direction there. So if you go straight where I'm pointing the camera now, you will find the Kariega River, where you can then take that all the way down to the ocean non-stop, and you will come out next to the town of Kenton-on-Sea, which it is a meandering river, but the small town of Kenton-on-Sea is in that direction, in the middle of your screen now. And so beautiful area, this, pretty much sandwiched in between the Kariega River and the Bushman's River is the town of Kenton-on-Sea, and on one side the Bushman's River and the other the Kariega, and it's just beautiful. There's some rock pools and things in between, and it's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I often take the kids down there and we go swimming in the rock pools. I heard of Blesbok here now. All with their white faces. I can still hear that secretary bird calling, but it's off in the distance now. Wind's picking up a bit. It's rather gusty though. Southern Boo-Boo calling off in the distance. There's our rhino, still just grazing around with the zebra.
Wild Earth is excited to announce the launch of our massively updated app. There are so many brand new features that we have to share with you. Tune into our live channel, and if you are an explorer, you can now watch completely ad-free on the app. There are also many other channels, including behind the scenes. You can find the app on app stores worldwide.
Oh, well, those secretary birds. I'm pretty sure there's two. I could hear two calling eventually. I wonder if they're going to show themselves again. Well, I just saw the one. There's two around. Mobile tanks. So, Julia, I'm assuming you're talking about the rhino, how to tell between male and female rhinos. Well, it's quite easy. If you do see an adult with young, then you know immediately it's a female. So, in that sort of social structure, it's quite easy. And very often, if it's on its own, it's a male. So that sort of assumption, but then to confirm, it's literally looking at the body parts. So with the females, you can see a very obvious, I'll just think of the exact term of the body part. It's either a vulva or an ulva, just below the tail, and you can often see the teats as well that the young would drink off. But it can be confusing sometimes because the teats can almost look like the penis if you just see it quickly. So you need to look closely. If you see two penis-like structures, it's a female. With the males, you'll obviously be able, you won't see that vulva, forget the name, below the tail. It looks like he's going to go for a little snooze. But you will see underneath or in front of the back legs, you'll see that sort of hanging flesh. It's the penis cover, so you'll see that, but there's only one of them. It's quite similar to elephants, obviously much smaller, but just the way that sort of flesh hangs a little bit. But there's only one of them versus two with the females, so it can be confusing. And also with males, it's quite strange because initially when the penis does come out, it points backwards, so it doesn't really look like your normal penis that you would see on males, but it's obviously just so that they can spray and mark their territory very easily. They've got this big spray that comes out the back, which is quite unusual when you see it. It looks quite strange. But yeah, obviously then when the penis comes out further, then eventually it does point forward. So it's quite a bit of logistics involved. And you look from far, I mean, that just looks like a rock. Well, when we walked on trails here, we always used to have to look out for those rocks because we didn't want to walk on top of them and give them a fright, and then we would have to react accordingly from there. So, you know, going out on foot, it's always trying to avoid those close situations. If you can, you want to identify animals from a distance, and then you can judge what you need to do from there, not walking in on top of an animal, and then the animal needs to react fast, and so do you, and it can result in hairy situations, which sometimes are unavoidable. But if you can control it, then you rather be able to pick up that there's rhino or elephants or buffalo early, so you've got lots of time to decide what you're going to do before you get into a close encounter. There's that secretary bird calling again. But generally what happens when you walk on these sort of plains and whatnot, as soon as so I always try and walk into the wind. As soon as any of these plains game pick up, it's funny because if you walk on foot and they pick up your smell, everybody departs that entire, you can shift and clear out this entire plain in a few seconds just by walking here, and the wind blowing to where the animals are. They disappear in a flash. They run off in a direction, and from the zebra to the blesbok to the ostriches, eland, all of them, they all disappear off. And so when that happens, they sort of give away that there's people there, and the rhino and the buffalo, everybody included, is then on their high alert. But if you drive through with a vehicle and the wind blows towards them, obviously there's the smell of humans as well, blows towards them, they don't react. So I don't know what it is about a vehicle versus being on foot that the smell is different. It's not about the sight, because they haven't been able to see you, they can just smell you. So I've always found that intriguing, that they differentiate between people on foot versus on the vehicle just by the smell. Anyway, from one set of stripes to another with Lauren.
To see Madikwe with different weather conditions, it's really playing a part in the animal's behavior, and I've obviously not witnessed that before. We have really struggled to find content. All the dams are almost empty, the elephants are hiding in the thicket, and it's just surreal. It's just we've only really experienced that sort of arid desert hot heat since we've been here, and naturally, as you can hear, the winds are really strong. So we have made our way to another pan, and even the animals are very cautious. The wind is spooking them. It's not just a gentle breeze, it's a heavy wind, and I'm not complaining about it. It's just fascinating to see how the conditions really play a part in what you see here. I'm used to that at Djuma. The windy days were my least favorite. You struggle to find animals because, of course, they're also hiding from the wind. Rain, you can sort of deal with. Still find animals. Sun, find animals. But wind, that's another story. So it's been a learning curve today, but it has been tough, but we're lucky we're here. And Melorani Pan has got some zebra and impala. Thank you, zebra, for being here. You are water dependent after all, so even if it is windy. Now don't run away. Nothing's hanging around. Predators do hang around this area often. And of course, when it's windy, quite simply, you're not going to be as sharp in your senses. Your sense of smell is going to be all over the place. Your hearing, you're going to struggle to, you'll hear, but you're going to struggle to determine the direction that the sound is coming from. And your vision, yes, most of these organisms, vision is not their primary sense anyway. Everyone's very nervous. Now this is obviously a pumped pan, a man-made pan, of course, you can tell by the appearance. But in environments like this, we're in a desert environment. And these pans are important, I'm afraid, especially in a closed reserve, a closed system. The temperatures here are no joke. They get extremely high. Water levels are getting extremely low, and that's why we do have pans like this. The impalas just want to run back into the thicket. Michael, I do not know. I do not know where the males are. Maybe still hiding in the thicket. This is maybe just a sort of female-only herd, a creche herd, if you like, although lambs are not here just yet. It doesn't necessarily always have to be a male with the females. It could be around, though. It's very difficult to see what's happening behind. But you can get mixed herds, and then of course in rutting season that will very much change. And then you can get bachelor herds and then sort of all lady herds. Really just depends with impala. It's fascinating to see. I don't know how long they'll hang around for. But if you think of this pan that we've spent quite a lot of time at, on the really hot days is normally filled with species. It's a very different day to day. Spooked by everything today, I think. And just like that, the pan almost all but empties. From zebra, impala, and now one impala remains. Okay, the water hole has suddenly got quiet. We are going to wait a little bit longer though, see what else happens. And we're going to send you guys over to Alex in Okakoyo.
Thanks very much, Lauren. And we are back in Okakoyo. And great scenes. Lots of zebra coming through today, along with all the springbok too. So we've had a very busy day here. Although at times we have had the odd little respite where everything is kind of held back or decided just to keep its distance for a minute. So I think that's kind of the scene all over the show right now, as we are kind of reaching the heat of what is quite a windy day across most of the locations. But as I said, it's been a very good start and a very awesome time on Escape to Nature today. Lots of interesting things that we've seen and been able to cover, so no complaints really from my end. And we are just waiting for some of these other zebra to join us with the springbok. Hear that Cape Crow really making a racket in the background there right now. I'll try and find them because they're actually quite cool to look at as well. So we'll just come out a little bit. It's quite possible that they are in the camel thorn here on the left of us, so good for us just to also pan around and see who else might be coming through, although I'm pretty sure that is one that just landed on the other side of the dam over there. But I do just want to make sure we have scanned and we are aware of what is coming through so we can prepare ourselves. I suppose as we come towards Halloween, it's quite fitting to have the crow calling like this in the background. Although we are some way off, but it is good that we can have these background sounds and noises. So it doesn't look like we've got anything else other than our zebra and the springbok approaching the dam at the moment. Although we do have the crow that's making this loud racket, but Andrew has something for us across in Amakhala, so we're going to go and join him.
So we thought we would try something a little bit different, and I actually brought Morgan down here just to show him where the hippos that are at Hlosi now, in front of the lodge, in that waterhole, where they used to live. And this is the area where they used to be for a very, very long time. They were here for at least two and a half years. And so the water has gone down just a bit, and so they had to change their minds and say, right, we need to go find a new place to go and live. But since then there has been some rains and the water has filled up just a little bit, but it's quite surprising actually to see how much water is still here in this section over here. But if you do see that we are a little bit on an angle, we are on a slope, so just to let you know if you are seeing a bit of an angle there. Now if you have a look, you can actually see there's a path in the water. Now that is a hippo path. And the only time you really see these paths is when the water becomes, quite far down that you can see them. But hippos in the water, they do utilize paths, and they do sort of make their paths in the water, just like they'll do on the land, which is very interesting. And this is my first time actually seeing a hippo path in the water. And they'll frequently use those paths, to take them out of the water, and how they want to navigate themselves within the water. They do religiously sort of stick to these paths, which is quite nice. Now for the Mokoro guys out in Botswana, Hello, Matilda. Matilda, with this green algae, I don't think it's not going to be not safe, but I know that blue-green algae has been known to be quite dangerous for hippopotamus. And I don't know where it was. It was Zimbabwe. Yes, that's right. So in Zimbabwe, they had some blue-green algae that was growing in the water there, and the hippos were dying. And I watched a documentary on it where a cameraman was following some of the field rangers out there, and they were going to go investigate why these hippos were dying. And I mean, on the stretch of river, there was about, must have been about 26 or 30 dead hippos all on the side of the bank. Some of them were in the water, and that was caused by the blue-green algae. So that's not this algae over here. This is just a normal green algae, which is totally fine. It's not going to bother them at all. But I doubt they'll come back down here. They've got a lovely little place in front of Hlosi Lodge. Nice deep water where they're able to be submerged. But while they were down here, they were struggling a little bit because the water was getting less and less. And they were living in puddles for a while and mud patches. And that was enough to, just where they could live. But they decided at some point, no, they need to leave now. And they ventured all the way to Hlosi, which is not close from here. It's a good, you're in a straight line, I would say it's probably maybe about 8 kilometers, but that's in a straight line. And for those hippos to get up there, they would have had to have weaved through all these valleys and rivers and so on, dry river beds. So it would have been quite a long walk for them. But when this river flows again, can almost guarantee those hippos will come back down to the river. I wanted to mention there is an activity you can do out in Botswana. It's called a Mokoro safari. And a Mokoro is a traditional word for a dug-out canoe from a tree trunk. And they do safaris on that. And I really respect those Mokoro guides because, hippos can be dangerous. They kill more humans than any other animal in Africa except malaria. And I think the numbers, from what I've seen, are close to 500 people every year, more or less, get taken and killed by hippo. And you have these Mokoro safari guides that will go out there. But what they do is they study where these paths are and they avoid those paths. And they stay out of the hippo's way that way. And I spoke to a Mokoro safari guide. He said he feels totally safe in the water. So there's a family of shelducks that are around here as well. We just can't see them. So I'm looking in the water now and I can actually see there's sort of these ripples from insects. That's the nymphs that are spawning out the water now. You can definitely hear those shelducks. What you got, Morgan? Oh, the shelduck. There it comes now. So there's a male and a female here. And I didn't count how many of the youngsters they've got. There must be at least 6 or 8 of them. So often I'll think, whenever I see these birds with their young chicks, I often think of Darcy Miller and what she would think about this Papa Shelduck and Mama Shelduck. Beautiful, just having a bit of a drink of water.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
I'm just wondering where these shelducks will nest. If they've got these chicks, which we can't see at the moment, where would they have been nesting? I don't think it will be too far from this area. Okay, so we're going to push on a little bit. I think let's head off to Alex in the meantime.
Thanks very much, Andrew. And we do currently have the shelduck's relatives right here. A little family of Egyptian geese. So there is one gosling left, and you can just make it out, as well as that impala that's here. And I was hoping that we would see some of the warthog that were around as well, but good to see that this family is still keeping that gosling around. It has lost its other siblings though, but we are keeping tabs. Just good to see what they get up to and how far they actually move around. They generally stick just underneath where the camera pole is, but they are getting a bit more gregarious and active around the dam. That's probably also got to do with the lack of elephant around at the moment as well. So they are out and about, and it seems to be a Sunday fun day for this family of Egyptian geese. Now Roller's still around as well, still chirping and making that noise of theirs, the call. It's been quite a busy day of birds here in Mashatu, at least, but busy day across all areas. Lots of activity today. It's just a bit windy in some areas. However, even with the lack of Ellie around on the waterhole today, or in that wallow, we can see how much bigger it's got and also how it's banking up. So I do like keeping tabs on it because it's been very active of late. Lots of warthog and elephant playing there, so it's always something just to keep an eye on. It's always cool watching these Egyptian geese plod through. I just saw the young little gosling jumps back in, so we're just going to stick with him and listen to hear if anything else comes through, because this impala is moving off, but this is generally the most active side of the dam. Unfortunately, no baboon or mongoose today, but I have been trying to look and have this little squiz underneath the tree here in the shade, because both of them favor shaded areas here in the little sandy patches. So I'm just going to check as well, make sure we haven't missed out. So while I pan and scan, have a look if I can't find any of these mongoose or baboon, we're off to Rolf with his male ostrich.
Well, our secretary birds have not shown up again. Our rhino is still sleeping. The ostriches are still just milling about. The Nerina trogons have still been calling. I've heard the baboons off in the thickets having a bit of a tiff. Lots of squealing and barking as that ostrich now disappears off as well. And we have an Egyptian goose standing on one leg. You can hear some guinea fowl calling now off in the distance too. And Naisna Turako. So still a lovely scene here on the beautiful eastern side of the Kariega Game Reserve. You may just be able to hear Naisna Turako and the guinea fowl. The blesbok are all still snoozing / ruminating over there. Pretty still. So you see with the blesbok lots of ear flicking, as well as sort of hanging their noses down. That's to try and keep the flies away from both their ears and their noses. They're not too bad yet, but in the coming weeks they will be infested. And then you'll see them, when they sit in these positions, they'll actually put their nostrils into the grass to try and stop the flies from going inside. And then lots of head shaking and sneezing, trying to get those maggots out. So as you can see, still rather grey. The sun hasn't come through, but they seem to be drying up a little bit. The roads are slosh, and you slide all over the place. The vehicles get full of mud. These clayey soils here. Oh, looks like our rhino's up. I don't know if it's doing anything, if it's just got startled by something, or if it's grazing. It's wagging its tail like it. It doesn't look like it's grazing, it's just standing there. So quite inactive for now, but no mud on it. I'm sure it will get some on it soon. Have to get back into the wallow. And as I've always said, you can very easily see the mood of a rhino by its tail. With it lying relaxed like that, it represents the mood of the animal itself. If it was curled up, very anxious. So Marie, yes, we do find black rhino. There are black rhino on Kariega as well. They're on the western side, so not here, but yes. So it is truly a Big 5 game reserve, because some game reserves, yes, and it's obviously it is something, a marketing tool to bring tourists to game reserves, but purists such as myself will tell you that if a game reserve has white rhino, it doesn't mean that it has one of the Big 5. We've just included white rhino in that, but it's not actually factually correct. Now, I mean, even the Big 5 is just a draw card for those wonderful animals, but it was obviously initially called as such because it's the 5 most dangerous animals to hunters. So there's obviously lots of people that also don't like using that as well. As our white rhino now moves off. So a white rhino isn't considered one of those dangerous animals to hunters, because actually they're quite placid. Look, we consider them one of the potentially dangerous animals when we go out on bushwalks, because they are potentially dangerous, but for those early hunters they weren't considered so. Black rhino is very well known for its habits, and both just walking out on trail and with hunters. When they are startled, they run off, but they very often turn around and come back, because they very often don't see very well what they've been startled by. So their initial reaction is to run off, and then they run and they turn around and they come back, very often from a different angle. And so that was obviously with the hunters, as well as their very aggressive nature. They obviously had many problems with black rhino. And we used to, when we were out on trail, after having encountered numerous black rhino on foot in the different game reserves that I was walking on, and also training trails rangers, we always found out that whenever we bumped or startled a black rhino, it ran off. And immediately after my first few encounters with them, I would always say, move, 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 go for higher ground, and get up and get away. And we used to then from that position sit and watch the black rhino return to where we had startled it. So it's seemingly that is a very common tactic of the black rhino. So we're slowly heading now towards the end of the show, and Escaping to Nature will be coming to a close. But please stay tuned for the Sunset Safari, and as always we want to thank the stars of the show, the wildlife, and then most important, the tech guys making everything happen for us, the directors, as well as all the camera operators, and then our naturalists, but as well as all you the viewers. Thanks for jumping on board with us. It's been a fantastic show, and we'll see you all again tomorrow, but stay tuned for the Sunset Safari. See you for now. I'm Ralph Kirsten.